Joan first. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the May 16th, 2023 Board of Commissioners meetings. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. And and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. The commission now utilizes the speaker request forms. If you would like to speak on an item, please complete a speaker request form located on the bookshelf in the back of the chambers and return to Commission Manager Holly Hennies located on the lower right side of the dais. Today, we are going to honor our National Police Week, but we're also going to ask the Sheriff Brian Mueller to lead us into the moment, the silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance, and then he would and his crew would like to have a few moments to address the public and the commission. So with that, I would recognize Brian Mueller.
Please stand and join me in a moment of silence for Deputy Katie Lysing and Correctional Officer David Henry.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Brian.
Good morning, Commission. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff, and I really appreciate you giving us just a few moments this morning to visit about National Law Enforcement Memorial Week. And as you know, last week was National Corrections Week, and we brought 8 staff in who represented over 160 corrections staff that work for Pennington County. And this week we're celebrating National Law Enforcement Memorial Week, also known as National Police Week. And usually we focus on a cause for celebration for the folks that are doing the work that we expect them to do in Pennington County. But this has been a tough week for us, and we're going to talk just a little bit about that here in just a minute. But we've done a lot of proclamations in May, so I'm not bringing a proclamation again. You can thank me for that, Deb. But I want to do something just a little bit different. We brought a few staff today that represent over 135 staff in the law enforcement division for Pennington County, not just deputies, but all of the support staff that do what they do day in and day out to provide the support to those men and women on the street protecting us. So if I could, I'd just like them to come forward. They're going to introduce themselves, tell what division they work in, and why they work for Pennington County.
Hi.
Good morning. I'm Randy Harkins. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 23 years now, and I'm in the Patrol Division. The reason why I come to work is to serve the citizens of Pennington County and to also support my coworkers.
Thanks, Randy.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Brandon Akeley. I've been with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office for 12 years now. I started my career off in patrol, spent 3 years as a school resource officer, and now I'm in the Warrants Division and attached to the U.S. Marshal Task Force. I enjoy coming to work here because I've got the opportunity to try different jobs and do different ancillary duties. Thank you guys for your time.
My name is Jesse Fagerlin. I'm a sergeant with the Sheriff's Office. I've been with the Sheriff's Office 17 years now. 17 years ago, the Sheriff's Office took a chance on me. I didn't have any law enforcement experience. I didn't have any training. They gave me a job when I needed it the most, and they put time, effort, and money into making me the best deputy that I can be. I'm very happy to be working for this agency.
Thank you, Justin.
Good morning. I'm Investigator Jorge Salas. I've been in law enforcement for approximately 6 years, almost 2 years with Pennington County. I came to Pennington County looking for an opportunity to grow my law enforcement career. When I arrived here, I found that Pennington County is big enough to provide me with many options and opportunities to grow, as well as being small enough where I can get a sense of family and teamwork that I had not experienced before. So moving and working for Pennington County has been one of the best decisions my family and I could have made. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rusty Schmidt. I'm a deputy with the Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the Protection Order Civil Division as a Protection Order deputy. Much like Sergeant Fagerlin, about 15 years ago, the Sheriff's Office took a chance on me as well. I didn't have any background in law enforcement, and I was grateful for the opportunity. There's a lot of reasons why I like working for the Sheriff's Office, but I'm only going to talk about one briefly, and that's the people. The Sheriff's Office has some of the hardest working men and women that I've ever seen. In a time when a career in law enforcement's never been more complex, being surrounded by people full of integrity and professionalism help make this a great place. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you, Rusty.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Chris Lindquist. I've been a deputy for 12 years, 2 years here with Pennington County. I'm currently assigned to the Wall Contract City. I'll be going to Keystone at the end of the month. Things I love about this agency is, like Rusty said, the people. The camaraderie is amazing, and the community respects us, which we appreciate. Also, the agency is very forward-thinking. They give us great training and make sure that we're safe and do our job to the best of our abilities. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
And like I was telling you before the meeting, it's been a long week for us, so it's been an emotional week. And I didn't want to ask the staff to stand up in front of everybody and, well, we talked about Memorial Week and try to hold it together. Just a couple of things that we've got going on this week that some people know about, but not everybody knows about is on Friday, we sent a contingency of 3 staff and 1 retired captain out to Washington, D.C. to meet with Lori Henry, widow of David Henry, who passed away, line of duty death related to COVID as a correctional officer 2 years ago. And yesterday, his name was etched on the law enforcement memorial wall, along with thousands of other law enforcement officers, public safety officers that have lost their lives in the line of duty over the last several years in the United States. That crew travels home today. They've had a pretty good week out there. The family, Lori, her David's mother, Lori's 3 children and some grandchildren were able to attend. And I was able to talk to them a little bit this weekend, talk to our staff. It was a very powerful event, and they're headed home today safely. And then, as you know, on Thursday, we sent a contingent of 14 deputies out to Wisconsin to bury Katie Lysing. Katie was a deputy for Pennington County for 2 years. She started her law enforcement career here in 2020 and 2021 and finished out her last 5 to 6 months in the Hill City contract deputy, working with a lot of the folks day in and day out that came and introduced themselves today. Randy Harkins was her supervisor as she rounded out her time here. Those 14 staff traveled out there. Not only did they attend the funeral, but some of them met with the trooper that was on scene the night Katie was shot and her supervisors. They spent the time walking through what happened to reflect on, was there something we could do different for training? Could we have prepared her different for the situation? And for our staff to go through that process and come back here and continue to go to work is certainly commendable. I've got something I was going to try to read today, but I don't think I can get through it. On April 9th, I think, Katie wrote a post on Facebook, and it was the day 2 officers in Barron County, Wisconsin, were killed in the line of duty just over a month ago, not far from where Katie lived in Wisconsin. And she wrote a post, and it started with, I've seen this post from many of our staff over the last week to 2 weeks. It started with, I don't post often, but I have a few thoughts. And she talked about how proud she is to work in this profession. And she talked about how thankful she was to be able to come home, lay her head on her pillow, get up on Easter morning the next day and tell her family that she loved them. something she knew that those two officers that were killed earlier that day would never get to do again. Later that same week in Wisconsin, they had a funeral for those two officers. Thousands of people attended from all over the region. They were the second and third officers killed in Wisconsin in 2023. They, on the way home from that funeral, some deputies from Polk County, Minnesota, neighboring county an hour away, got a phone call. One of their officers was shot and killed. The region pulled back together. They did another funeral the next week. Katie didn't take any time off. She's a 3-year deputy, 29 years old, mother of a 2-month-old. She come to work every day. She put her uniform on, and she knew the cost. And she still come up. She showed up to work, and she died in the line of duty on May 6th. Had a couple people reach out this last week and say, "Hey, you sent a lot of people out of state here this last month or this last week for memorial services. What did it cost?" One person even commented on Facebook, "What a waste of taxpayer money." And as I reflect, and you know we're good stewards of taxpayer dollars, we do what we can do to cut costs. But if you were to ask me today what it cost, I'd tell you it costs a lot. David Henry knew what the cost was, and he paid it. Katie Lysing knew what the cost was, and she paid it. I'm very thankful for this county commission. I've worked here for a long time. And the support that you give our employees, they feel it and they notice it every day. And we appreciate it. So I just thank God every day that we have brave men and women who understand and know the cost of what they do. They continue to put their uniforms on and they come to work every day. I'm very thankful for them. And all we ask is that you pray for them, that you support them when you can, you show appreciation on the good days and the bad days, and you keep providing good, positive leadership in Pennington County. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I know you want to keep this short and sweet, but I just want to say on behalf of the commission that our thoughts and prayers are with Katie's family and with the sheriff's department. Your crew is absolutely amazing. When you bring somebody in, you bring their family in. When they get sworn in, and it's a family, and you guys treat them that way. From the testimony we heard here today, and I never balked once when you made the comment to the commission that you were going to send some people and represent Pennington County because your family should be there. So with that, our thoughts and prayers are with you and the sheriff's department and all you do.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and your team for everything you do.
Need a little breather on that one. Thank you, Brian. Next on our agenda is review and approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Is there any changes that need to be made? Seeing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda, and I recognize our commission manager, Holly Hennies.
Good morning, Commissioners. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of May 2nd, 2023, approval of the minutes for the Board of Equalization hearings in April of 2023. Number 7 is to acknowledge the resolution for a minor adjustment to the road district boundaries of the Goodart Road District. Number 8 is to approve the resolution of the Green Valley Sanitary District for annexation. Number 9 is to approve the first half 2023 budgeting operating transfers from the general fund, E911 fund in the amount of $432,311, the emergency management fund in the amount of $82,071, fire administration fund in the amount of $37,950. Number 10 is to assign the 2023 budgeted long-term reserve accumulations in the general fund. IT equipment is $80,000. Inmate transportation bus is $125,000. Auditor software $40,000. Treasurer software $40,000. Human resources compensation review is $15,000. And fire long-term reserve is $100,000. Number 11 is to approve the adopt a highway application for a portion of Bombing Range Road by Jesse Brown Nelson Photography. Number 12 is to approve the permit to occupy the right-of-way by the Pine Island Gravel Odyssey Bicycle Race. Number 13, recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of April 2023. Number 14, to approve the South Dakota Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources Joint Powers Agreement for Senate Bill 21 Cost Share Program. And finally, number 15, to declare one DROBO server, model B12001, asset number 6101, is surplus for the purpose of disposal.
Thank you, Holly. At this time, is there any members of the public who wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? See none. Is there any commissioners who wish to remove any items from the consent agenda for discussion?
Mr. Chair, item number 10.
Number 10. I have item number 10. Is there any others? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to approve items 5 through 15 with the exception of 10.
So moved.
Moved by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. All, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 10, Mr. Drews.
Mr. Chair, the only reason I pulled that is I presume that some of these categories change from year to year. I know that some of them are on there, each year probably the inmate transportation bus. I think we do that as an equal amount every year. So are like the auditor software, treasurer software, so forth, are those basically the same dollar amounts, or is that adjusted annually to a different one? Okay.
They've done that same dollar amount for quite a few years.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I have no more questions.
No more questions?
I'd make a motion to approve item number 10.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Lassiter to approve item number 10, which is to assign the 2023 budget of long-term reserve accumulations in the general fund. IT equipment, $80,000, inmate transportation bus, $125, and auditor software, $40. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to item number 16 on our agenda. It's a request for funding for the Hill City Ambulance District, and this comes from Commissioner Ron Roskinek. And I'll give Mr. Roskinek the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you go to Hill City at present, you've got one building which is cohabitated by the Hill City Ambulance and the Hill City Fire Department. Well, the Hill City Fire Department's in the process. They ordered a new truck, and when that truck gets here, the Hill City Ambulance will not have a place to operate out of. And if I recall, that's a 24/7 facility, so they have to have a place to put the ambulance, and they have to have a place to house staff. To start the process, I believe if I've got the documentation right, the Hill City Fire Protection District acquired a building across from the fire hall. And then in the last 2 weeks, that building was purchased by the Hill City Ambulance District. So with that being said, that property currently has a structure on there, and before they can actually start construction on the new facility for the Hill City Ambulance, they got to raise an existing house at a cost of roughly $25,000. Then they have to do an environmental assessment at the cost of $2,500. And we all know that nonprofits are struggling nowadays. I'm talking about the Elks, the Moose, the Lions, the Masons. And the Hill City Lions, you know, I've been a member of that for about 25 years, and last week they asked me to be the moderator for the candidates that are running for the Hill City Council, a very active group. And they've been holding these bingos, and you know, it's great that they do these bingos, and 50% of the proceeds go to the Hill City Ambulance to help get this facility off the ground. And that's what sparked me to say, what can we do? Now, the county's under no obligation. This is a may, not a shall. But that brought me to, I'm going to, you know, draft a resolution, see if we can't help the Hill City Ambulance. So with that being said, the resolution, I'll go ahead and read that. That's Pennington County Resolution 2023-C2, contingency transfer, general fund contingency transfer. Whereas through the fiscal year 2023 annual budget process, the Pennington County Board of Commissions allocated $100,000 to the general fund contingency budget. 101-0112, and whereas the current balance of the general fund contingency budget is $85,000, and whereas the Pennington County Board of Commissioners recognizes the importance of having qualified and reliable basic life support services available in western Pennington County, provided by the Hill City Ambulance District now and well into the future. And whereas the Hill City Ambulance District is a governmental subdivision of the state of South Dakota formed on September the 17th, 1996 to provide essential emergency medical services in the community of Hill City and surrounding area. And whereas the Hill City Ambulance District was informed in April of 2022 that they could no longer operate out of the Hill City Fire Protection District Station and would have to relocate once the new fire truck arrived. And whereas the Hill City Ambulance District purchased a .68-acre lot located at 634 East Main Street, Hill City, on April 24th, 2023, as the location for their new ambulance facility. And whereas before the construction of the new ambulance facility can begin, the existing structure has to be raised at an estimated cost of $25,000. And whereas an environmental analysis will have to be completed prior to obtaining a building permit at an estimated cost of $2,500. And whereas the total estimated cost of the new ambulance facility is $1 million, and whereas in an attempt to raise the necessary funding for the new ambulance facility, numerous fundraisers have been held in Hill City, and whereas the Hill City Ambulance District is still short of the necessary funding for the new ambulance facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Pennington County Auditor is authorized to transfer $15,000 from the 2023 General Fund Contingency Budget 101-0112 to the General Fund Commission Office Budget Grants to other entities 101-0111-0454 and make the payment to the Hill City Ambulance District. And the director of the Hill City Ambulance District is in the audience today, and so if there's any questions, I'll have Bill Miner come up, and Bill will be more than happy to answer them.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
I've got a few questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, well,
You want me to sit down?
should we let him,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, he can go
let
ahead.
him speak, and then we'll go to the commission for questions and
Okay.
answers? Sir,
Last October.
need to identify yourself for the record, please.
Bill Miner, Director of the I'm on the Board of Directors of the Hill City Ambulance District. Last October, the commission approved doing a letter of support for us. We were working on grant opportunities and things, so you got the information, as Ron stated, about having to move out of the fire district's building. We were very fortunate to secure a property. They're very hard to come by in Hill City. It's about a block away from the current fire station. And so we were very, very lucky that the property owner made that available to us. And we're an all-volunteer board of directors. We're trying to figure this out the best we can. And I just want to thank the commission, Holly, numerous emails, Shannon from Equalization, Cindy from the auditor's office, Liz, the grant manager, Jerome from Fire, Dustin from Emergency Management. We've been talking to them, trying to figure out how we can make this work, and they've all been so helpful and so supportive that I just want to publicly thank them for everything. So our next big step, as Ron mentioned, is to get the structure down and get the site prepared. And so with this donation, we should have the funds to get that accomplished. So we hope to try to get started with the building then in a year's time next spring. But a lot of pieces gotta come together. So I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
So, Bill, we're going to go to the commission for discussion. Some may have some questions for you. So, yeah, I'll call you back up if one of the commissioners have a question for you. I'll recognize Commissioner Travis Laster.
Well, Dale, I had some questions for you. I didn't want you to have to go sit back down, but that's okay. So how long y'all been doing fundraising and how much have y'all raised so far?
We started last spring when we first learned that we were going to have to move. And the ambulance district itself, through donations and grants and such, has raised approximately $50,000, a little over $50,000. We have a supporters group that's been established in Hill City. Ron mentioned the Lions Club. Several of our businesses have held fundraisers. There was a street dance, Hilltoberfest, they called it. And so there's been a lot of community support. The supporters is applying for the 501c3 status. We're finding that there are individuals that can make contributions through a 501c3 that can't do it to a governmental entity. So we're working on lots of different things, but the community support has been great.
Okay. Mr. Chair, another question.
Yep.
In the resolution here, it talked about having to raise the home. I'm going to assume that means y'all are going to burn it down. I mean, could y'all not sell it? I mean, I run a nonprofit, and we had a piece of land that we had two very dilapidated homes on them, and I was really surprised when someone suggested we sell them, and we did sell them, and both sold and moved for $5,000 a piece. So it kind of helped our nonprofit generate some revenue. Is that not a possibility with this one?
The home was built in 1917 and had a series of renters, and I've heard that it's in very poor condition. The previous owner stripped everything out of it when they sold it to us. So the doors, the windows, the boards, the pellet stove for heat, everything was stripped out of it. So the fire department would like to use it for training. As I understand it, I'm not a fireman, but as I understand it, that the opportunity to do structure fire training is pretty limited. They can do like breaching walls, searching for people hidden in the building, ventilation, all kinds of things. And I hear if you go to those kinds of training courses that it can cost tens of thousands of dollars. So we work very closely with our fire protection district. And so that's what was decided that would happen.
Is that they're going to come through and they're going to do the fire, they're going to burn it down?
They're going to do multiple trainings at the facility before it's finally completely burned and then hauled off, yes.
And that's going to cost y'all $25,000 for that?
Well, we're estimating. No one will give you a bid till they see exactly what's there, but based on how much debris we think's going to be left, how many loads, That's our best guess right now.
Mr. Chair, follow-up.
Yep.
Is the fire department going to help share in that cost of cleaning up? So, I mean, is it, you're giving them an opportunity to train, and so I'm just wondering if they're going to be a part of that cleanup and help, and it shouldn't all fall on y'all.
Well, the Fire Protection District stepped in and purchased the property immediately for knowing that we wanted it because we didn't have the ready cash and the owner wanted to close. So as part of our agreement with them for doing that for us, then we said, you can do the training because otherwise we would have lost the property.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Not right now. I'll let anybody else ask some questions before I.
Is there any other questions from the Commission, Ms. Hadcock?
So, we're doing a study on ambulance services right now. We paid $15,000 for that study to see, what the issues with the ambulance service. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves because this is a city, not a county thing. So are we going to give other cities with our study, is that where we're going, money for their buildings and different stuff like that? Not that, I love first responders, I love what you do, sir. It's just, I don't believe at this time, if we're gonna give money to cities that have sales tax and they have other money coming in besides, what the county does, to me, I'd like to see the study before I give any money to the ambulance services, because I don't think it's just yours that needs 15,000 or 25,000 or 100,000 in order to operate or have a new building. When we did buildings for the fire service districts, those were areas that didn't have taxing entities. Those were county entities at the time. And there were areas that basically, at that time, and it was one-time funding for those buildings. So $1 million for fundraising is a lot of money. Number two, again, it's a city. It's a city ambulance service. It does serve the county and stuff, just like we do in certain areas. But I'd like to see the study. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves giving money at this time till we see that study. And if that study says 15,000 goes to you, and then they need 16,000 here and 20,000 here, I'm all in agreement with that if that's where we're going. But at this time, I think we're getting ahead of it because we have a lot of cities that have and need funding for certain services, including ambulance, I believe, besides this one. So it's not that I'm against your ambulance service. I love first responders and what you do, but I think we should see the study first, and then see what all the needs are, and kind of see as a commission where we can go from there, because I believe it's not just going to be yours that's going to need help in the future, sir, with some of your stuff that you're doing. But thank you for coming today.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I think, Bill, you'll need to clarify this for me, but as I read this as Hill City Ambulance District, this is not part of the city. This is a separate entity, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any taxing, you don't have any sales taxing
No.
authority for the.
We operate on the tax levy.
Right, okay.
I'll defer to Cindy, she's the expert.
Okay.
It's an ambulance
I
district.
just wanted to clarify that, so.
Yeah, we're a special taxing district,
Right.
yes.
But Hill City in that area is a pretty big district compared to the ones that we gave we gave fire service districts money because they had no districts, basically, for taxing entities. This district has a taxing entity or that they can opt out also to raise some of the money.
I've got a couple of questions if everybody's.
I think Cindy's going to come clarify something.
Yeah,
Look
Cindy,
like she.
could you I know before you lose it, spill it. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. And the Hill City Ambulance District already opts out for, I believe, 125,000.
Yes.
And your intention is to do an additional opt-out.
Yes.
So they are already doing what they can to raise enough tax dollars to support their district and their needs.
Okay, now my questions. So So Cindy, they do have an opt-out that they have the funding. One of the questions I have, it has to do with the ARPA fundings. You know, we helped a lot of as Ms. Hancock said, the fire service areas with some of that funding. And my thoughts I know we put a lot of the money into the general fund that we get in, like say the opiate money that we received. That went into general fund. That's one of my questions. I think we're going to receive 30,000 for that. And we also received another grant or some more funding through the Native American
The local assistance tribal, that,
local assistance
I
tribal.
can't remember exactly what that whole
So
thing was.
where I'm going at is some of those fundings were one-time things or partial that the commission had chosen to help with. But this is specifically asking to take out a contingency,
Mhm.
which I have a little heartburn with. But I'd like to know if those other fundings could be done that way.
I would have to go back and actually look at, I mean, the funds that we received last year obviously are all calculated into the ending reserves totals that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
So that revenue has already been spoken for, in a sense, with the reserves. The opioid funding has very specific uses. And so to use it for an ambulance service like that wouldn't be one of
It
them.
would.
To help them with having the Narcan on hand, that would be
Yeah,
something totally different.
I, just thinking out loud with some of that stuff, I thought that would have qualified for some of that being an ambulance service, but
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I
Laster.
have a question, just because we're talking about it on that. Is there like a capital portion of the tax that they can do too? Cindy, have they been doing that?
I'd have to go back and look at their actual levy. I think they've been trying to reach the max levy, period.
But is there a
for their
different one
district?
for like a capital growth?
It's all rolled into one actual final mill levy. They can't go above 1.1 for their mill levy, whether it's for their opt-out, their general taxes, or their capital projects.
But they have to dedicate some of that mill levy to capital if that's what they're trying to do, like in this particular case for a capital campaign, they could.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill?
Yeah, our current opt-outs are to fund our operational expenses. We basically try to break even and not lose money. I think, if I remember correctly, we were applying for a USDA rural development loan, and they had to go back and look at the past 5 years of our accounts, and they're asking for a special waiver for us because we did not show profitability for the last 5 years. I think we had 2 or 3 years where we actually lost money. So the monies that we're talking about now are for the capital funds so that we can keep moving along. These are not operational funds.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to follow up on that one. So that kind of leads me back to what Commissioner Hadcock was talking about and what we did out in Wall. Wall was having a funding issue. They weren't profitable either. They were having some issues. And so the reason why we're doing that comprehensive review on them and small is to kind of get an idea what the comprehensive review is going to get us and tell us. And then Jerome Harvey also mentioned that once we get the information from that, we can see how it will it give the county what we need to do one for the entire county so that we can evaluate all these ambulance districts to see what we can do to help and where the county should be stepping in to helping versus what we're having to operate and function in right now. So I think Commissioner Hadcock's statement on that is pretty wise, that we need to see what this first comprehensive review gives us, and then that will allow us to go through, because who knows, maybe $15,000 isn't the amount that you need from the county. Maybe the comprehensive review says, hey, the county needs to step it up and bump it to a certain amount. And I think we're putting the cart before the horse if we don't get that information and fund even just a little bit right now. You've got some money to, the way I understood it, you have about $50,000. You could start that whole first process while we finish up that comprehensive review, because I think it should be done. And Jerome, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but it should be done in a couple of months. Is that correct? it should be done in a couple of months. So it's not like we're going to be sitting here for a year for that comprehensive review. I think we'll have some answers here pretty quick.
Right. We're not saying no, we just like to see the study.
Yes, sir.
Bill?
I've been in touch with the Eastern Pennington Ambulance District of Wall and spoke with Zach, one of the board of directors. So we do communicate, and we're facing the same operational issues. You know, the staffing, the salaries, the cost of fuel, and
Yep.
everything else. Medicals, if you look at medical CPI versus the general CPI, it's much, much higher. It's something you don't think about, but when we buy supplies for the ambulance, they have a shelf life. You know, they're sterile products, and even if you don't use it, you have to throw it out and get new products. We're staffed 24/7, like Commissioner Ross Connect mentioned. It's sometimes we have to call on a second crew for a bigger emergency or 2 calls at once. So there's a lot of expenses. You know, you budget for $4 diesel and suddenly it's $6 diesel. So we do the best we can, and we're just trying to figure out all these steps and keep everything moving. So but I understand your comments.
Yes, sir. I fully, 21 years in the Air Force operating ambulance services. So I'm very well aware with you. That's why I think that study will get us what we need to know so that we can focus where we need to and how we should focus from the county side of things.
Okay. Ms. Hadcock?
So if the fire district got a new building, how come they didn't include the ambulance just to put your monies together and save some costs on, you know, ambulance and fire district together? How come they didn't have you guys included this time?
The Fire Protection District building is in the floodway
Okay.
of Spring Creek, so they cannot add on to that building or alter it. And so they're getting 3 new pieces of equipment that they need for the fire protection for the community. And so that's the area that we're currently occupying. So
They can't build on the building because it's floodway.
FEMA, yeah,
Yes.
they've talked about that and contacted them numerous times, and it's not been approved.
So have you talked to them about going in on a building and instead of spending $1 million or $2 million on something maybe that you could take out of the floodway and work together as, because there's 2 different taxing entities for that bill, and it looks like, to me, it looks like a win-win plan for both of you.
The Fire Protection District Board and the Ambulance District Board do communicate very regularly.
Okay.
But at this time, the fire district wants to stay where they're at.
Okay.
So,
I appreciate that, Bill. So for me, again, it sounds like Wall Ambulance has some issues. We're not Meade County, but I heard Meade County always has issues with the ambulance service. With that study, hopefully those were the solutions that will come out of it instead of, like we said, you even said it, Wall needs money, you need money, there's got to be other ambulance services. We need to see the study and then kind of go from there of what we need to do instead of piecemeal it together, because then we'll probably have a couple other entities that do the same, and it wouldn't be fair to give to one without the other. You know what I mean? You just said, okay, so they do the study, and we're going to give them 15 more, because the 15 is not for Wall, it's for all ambulance services. So that's what that study is for. And I think we'll find some good conclusions in there of what we need to do as a county for ambulance service, not just yours. Does that make sense? Thank you, Bill.
Okay, at this point in time, I'm a little, I'd probably like more time to review more of this information, but I do have a question for Jerome. Because I'm a little confused on the study that we authorized for Wall. I thought that was specifically for figuring out the funding. I didn't think that was for countywide.
Jerome Harvey, Fire Administrator, Pennington County, South Dakota. The $15,000 that you donated to the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District concerns that particular district for that study, but the state study is currently going on at the same time.
Okay.
And we have met with both representatives of the state study and the representative of the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District study. Their work under the same corporate umbrella. We'll be able to take those two studies with representatives of the Keystone Ambulance, Hill City Ambulance District, the Wall Ambulance District, Rapid City Ambulance, and get together when we have those studies in and make a determination, because you have a large area of unincorporated Pennington County. You have the Scenic Canada Basin Ambulance District, you have the Wall Ambulance District, Hill City, Keystone. Everybody needs funding. So again, the initial money that you laid out was for that study, and then we take that state study, put them together, get our ambulance districts and operational people together and determine what the next step is.
So there is a state study going on, but that 15,000 that we gave them was specifically to help figure out their problem specifically.
Correct, but as Bill has eloquently explained, they very much mimic each other.
Yeah.
There's some challenges in Hill City. You know, every area is of course unique, land, water, et cetera, all those kind of infrastructure issues that you need. But so you're going to have some things that will mirror that. And especially the not only just the funding piece for operations, but also the just the daily manning of the ambulance, who's going to take care of that, so on and so forth. And then you have seasonal, both Hill City, the core community of Hill City, and the core community of Wall are both seasonal communities. So there's some reflections there. And when we met with the representatives of both studies last week, that's one thing that they were already picking up on is the seasonal fluctuations in both those communities.
Okay. Thank you, Jerome. I'd like to have this item continue to give myself some time to review the facts on this.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Laster.
I'd make a motion that I don't want a motion in an indefinite, but at least until we get the study back. So I guess maybe I'd like to continue this item. My motion would be to continue this item until the second meeting in June or the second meeting in July. Jerome, which one do you think would be more appropriate?
I cannot give you an accurate timeline on that, at least July. And then we'll have a better idea as far as the Eastern Pennington County study. I don't have a timeline yet on the state study for you.
Roger that.
Mr. Chair.
Are you done?
To the second meeting in July. That would be my motion.
Mr. Chair.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to continue to the second meeting in July, the 18th. Okay, motion's made and seconded. Mr. Roskinick.
I won't be at that meeting, so I'd like to, being that it's my resolution, I'd like to, when we do schedule a meeting, I'd like to be there.
Make it like the what?
I will not be at the July meeting, so I'd like to be at the meeting when we discuss this, if we continue this to another date.
When's the first?
I understood. I just didn't know if you put a date out there for which one you'd like it to be at.
On the first meeting in August? What's that, Kara?
Ron, I'm sorry, Commissioner Roskinek, we show you gone the first meeting in July, not the second meeting in July.
Correct, the first meeting.
They're continuing until the second
Oh, I thought
meeting,
you-
the
okay.
18th, so.
Yep, I should be here for that one.
Here, okay.
And then follow up.
Yep.
With that study, today I'm asking for $15,000 for the Hill City Ambulance District, but if that study, once we review that study, that could essentially be $30,000 or $45,000 then?
Well,
That would be speculation on my part.
No, I'm just saying that it could be more than the $15,000 that this resolution portrays.
Your choice.
I mean, we're going to have a study, and the study's going to
Yeah,
look at,
again, the direction that I understood from the last time we discussed this was to get the two studies together. Once we have them, get a representative of each of the ambulance services, including Keystone, Wall, Hill City, Rapid City, get them together very quickly, go through the study, and pick out what needs to happen.
Could be none.
Well,
Or 100,000.
you still have the floor,
Yeah,
Mr.
so I
Estes?
guess what I'm saying is if they don't have a facility to put the ambulance and house their staff, then that, to me, that's a fairly critical situation for an ambulance service that services the western part of Pennington County.
I agree with that, exactly.
I would like to ask Bill, are you okay with July, these timelines? To me, what you're specifically asking for is for the demolition and cleanup and stuff for that, is what you're looking for, is not for operational. So is the July 18th meeting going to be acceptable to your board?
Yeah, yes, I guess.
Okay, so we do have that motion in a second on our agenda. Is there further discussion on that? No further discussion?
No, if you want to go ahead and do the study, I'd like to see the result of the study, but as I said, Hill City could be in worse condition than we're thinking today, and hopefully that study will address an ambulance service that will not have a garage to park their ambulance and house their staff.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock?
it's not just your district that needs services is why we're doing it. So to say that, Ron, and we understand that, but we also have fire districts in other areas that could use 15,000 in contingency or 20 or 45 because they need environmental studies and other things. So we're trying to figure out through this study and through the state what the big issue is. Because yours needs it right away, you're saying that Wall doesn't need theirs right away. What we're saying
No.
today is it's a study to show what the ambulance services need. First responders are important to us. We all believe that. What we're trying to figure out with the study is how much money or how much it's going to cost if we have to help. So it's not just your district, and they might need more by then, but they have to understand too that we only have so much money for the pots that we have already. For other districts and fire districts, ambulance districts, road districts, none of them have enough money to fund some of their roads and some of the things they have. So where's the priority going to be? That's our bottom line, at least for me, is where is Pennington County's priority? Are we in fire districts? Are we in ambulance districts? Or are we in road districts? We have all kinds of districts that we can fund that need some emergency funds probably. So not discounting yours, Ron, not saying I'm going to vote no on July 18th. I'm going to see the study and then figure out from all the districts, where is the best place if we're going to start funding stuff, just like we did before the fire district. They had no buildings or fallen down buildings, just like you, except we had COVID one-time money for that. So
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
We do have a motion and a second on the floor to continue to the July 18th meeting.
Mr. Chair, just one quick input if you
Mr.
don't mind.
Laster.
And I've been in contact with Jerome. Jerome is going to have me out there in Wall with that. You know, I'm not saying I'm the one that knows everything, but I do have a lot of experience in setting up ambulances. And so, yes, Ron, we'll invite you when we get together with all the feedback from the comprehensive review and work to see what's the best way and how it should be, how the county should look at ambulance districts and how we can move forward for what's right for the county and what's right for these districts. So I plan on having that as well. So I look forward to visiting with all y'all once that study's done.
Ron, do you have a response?
Okay, so it's my understanding that when the study's done, you mentioned 4 ambulance districts, Jerome, and so that study will address basically the health of each one of those ambulance districts.
The 15,000 that you appropriated for the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District is for that district study there. The state study is ongoing. I do not have a timeline for that. I'll get that for you. When those two, original intention, when those 2 studies were done, then we could take the information out of that and see what was missing. All of the ambulance districts, we've already been in contact with the operations people and with the districts saying, hey, when we have the studies, we'll all get together and figure out what's left. Because you have a large area of Pennington County that's unincorporated, that has no district, anything that's supporting the ambulance other than the city ambulance out of Rapid City. So you have a large area that has no ambulance service, period. So you have this is the 800-pound, the 800-pound gorilla in the room nobody wants to talk about. It's EMS, emergency medical services, and this is it. And it's coming to the forefront. And you have this problem. It's not just in Hill City. I'm not against Bill. We provide technical assistance. The counties provide communications. I mean, there's a whole host of things that we do to support the ambulance services. But this is just the tip of the iceberg on what is going on in EMS, fire, EMS, search and rescue that we're dealing with right now, and it's coming to the forefront here. Yeah, if you have the $15,000, Bill needs it. We've given a lot of technical assistance. We've given them plans for buildings. We've gone over their budget, et cetera, and we'll continue to support them any way that they ask us to help them. We'll do what we can for them. If you want to give them the 15,000, they've got the plan for the building, et cetera. The concern that I have, commissioners, is we don't have a good, clear path forward, especially not only in the districts that are suffering, but in our unincorporated areas. And that's the big question is what's going to happen with EMS and ambulance services, not just in Hill City, not just in Wall, not just in Keystone, but countywide.
Okay. We do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Just to clarify, that motion was to continue this to the July 18th meeting.
Thank you for coming today, Bill. Appreciate
you,
your
Bill.
service.
Thank you, Bill.
Next on our agenda, item 17 is items from the auditor, and I'll recognize Cindy Moore.
Not as tall as Jerome.
Hi, Cindy.
Once again, Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. Before you, we have some retail malt beverage on off sale and South Dakota Farm license renewals. The first one that we have, it's Corner Pantry number 21 for they must have two licenses. Oh,
Yeah.
two separate licenses. And then Corner Pantry, Moon Meadows, Valley Square Casino, and Valley Square Sports Bar. Those are all under MG Oil.
Do we want to, I'll be abstaining from these because I am employed by MG Oil, but I think that's why they're separated.
Yes.
Am I correct? So this is for the on-off sale malt beverage for, how do we got this? MGL for Corner Pantry 21, license RB 25294, Corner Pantry 21, license 24086, Corner Pantry Moon Meadows, Valley Square Casino, and so forth. Licenses upon move to release the licenses upon an appropriate property tax. I'll let somebody else read that. Ms. Hadcock.
Make the motion.
Move to approve the renewal of retail on-off malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine licenses for the following business owned by MG Oil, Corner Pantry number 21, license number RB 25294, Corner Pantry number 21, license number RB 24086, Corner Pantry, Moon Meadows, Valley Square Casino, and Valley Square Sports Bar, and further move to release the licenses upon payment of appropriate property taxes.
Second.
We got a motion from Ms. Hadcock and a second from Mr. Drew. Is there any discussions? Before I go to vote, just note that I'll be abstaining. So all in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Item B, Cindy.
This is the renewal of the rest of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine licenses. And if you'd like me to read them, I can for you.
Normally we try to read them into record so people on YouTube know what's being,
I guess
they may not have the agenda in front of them, so.
I'll make the motion. I'll read through this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laster.
This is item B, right?
Yep.
Just want to make sure. Move to approve the renewals of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine licenses and to release the license upon payment of appropriate property taxes for the following businesses. BJ's Country Store, Highway 16, Dvorak Convenience Stores Incorporated, Black Hills Helicopter Incorporated, Black Hills Helicopters Incorporated, Black Hills Speedway, Cross Country Real Estate LLC, Country Corner, Robin Robertson, Dollar General Store Number 15207, Dolgan Midwest LLC, Firehouse Wine Cellars, Fat Boys Incorporated, Happy Holiday RV Resort, Diamond Trek LP, Hart Ranch Camping Resort, Hart Ranch Camping Resort Club, Inc., Hart Ranch Golf Course, Hart Ranch Development Company, High Country Guest Ranch, Ventures in the Hills Incorporated, Johnson Siding General Store, JSGS LLC, Jelly Lane Greenhouse Incorporated, Jelly Lane Greenhouse Incorporated, Larson's Crooked Creek Resort, Larson Recreational Properties, Mexico Topeka LLC, Meadows Store and Campground LLC, A-Bar H Store and Campground, Mount Rushmore Concession, Xanterra Parks and Resorts Incorporated, Mount Rushmore KOA, Recreational Adventures Company, Pactola Pines Marina Incorporated, Putz and Glow Car Industries LLC, Rafter J Bar Ranch Campground, High Cow Company, Reptile Gardens, Black Hills Reptile Garden Incorporated, Rochford Mall, the Rochford Mall Incorporated, Rockerville Lodge and Cabins LLC, Rockerville Lodge and Cabins LLC, Rushmore Cave LLC, Rushmore Candy Company, Rushmore Candy Company LLC, Sick and Twisted Brewing Company, Winery Hill City LLC, the Gaslight Rockerville Ops LLC, the Marina at Sheridan Lake LLC, Under Canvas LLC, Under Canvas Inc., and Whispering Pines Campground and Red Sky Enterprise LLC.
We have a motion and a second from Mr. Drews. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item C is the transfer of tax deed property 66-122 to the Rapid City by resolution.
Yes, we're starting to prepare for a tax deduction. We haven't set the date for it, but we always send out the list to other entities to see if there's any interest in some of the parcels, and Rapid City did come back and request to have this parcel transferred to them. So we would ask for approval of the resolution.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
move to approve the move to approve the resolution, can't say that word, declaring tax deed parcel 66122 as surplus for the purpose of conveying and transferring said real property to the city of Rapid City.
It's been moved.
Second.
Seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Cindy. Next, we come to item number 18, items from the Highway Department. And I'll recognize Sean.
Sean Smith, Pennington County Highway Department. Good morning, Commission. Item A is we're looking for an approval for a joint powers financial and maintenance agreement between Pennington County and the South Dakota Department of Transportation. This agreement is looking to improve the safety on two of our railroad crossings, one located on Lower Spring Creek and one located on Universal Drive. Both these crossings are located on curves of our highway. The railroads come in kind of at a skew. So the DOT is running a safety project and approached us to identify some. These came to the top of the list. So the DOT will be responsible for the design and administration of the project as well as 100% of the cost. And then once the project's complete, Pennington County will then be responsible for maintenance and any following repairs or whatnot needed with this. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Sean. Is there any questions for Sean?
Mr.
Drews.
Anything unusual with these, Sean, as compared to normal working with the railroad?
No, not necessarily. We'll be adding some chevrons. I think the one on Universal is going to get a dynamic speed, so it'll flash speed to let traveling public know how fast they're going. But
okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'd look for a motion from the floor. From the commission.
Move to approve.
Okay. Second.
Moved by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Any further discussion? And this is to move to approve the joint powers financial maintenance agreement with the South Dakota Department of Transportation Project PH00SW47 PCN OG 05GE. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we come to item number 19, which is items from buildings, the item from the building committee. And I'll recognize construction project manager Kevin Burton.
Morning, Commission. Bringing a recommendation from the building committee before you guys. As I've talked to you about several times before, the steam tunnels around the courthouse are failing. The old steam pipes were never removed, and they are covered in asbestos-laden insulation. So the recommendation from the building committee is to go ahead and remove that asbestos-laden insulation prior to us moving forward with the steam tunnel project. It needs to be abated before those can be removed as part of that other project. So this is just a recommendation at this meeting. Next meeting, I'll come forward with a motion to seek approval for that contract with an abatement contractor to remove that insulation.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. So this is just for informational right now and no action on it. Ms. Hadcock.
So just the waste removal was the 18,670,
Correct.
and that's without doing the walls that have been failed, that we don't know what that cost estimate is at this time, or did we already have that put in some of our building, community building, or some of our building fund that we already were doing?
We have an engineer's estimate for the steam tunnel replacement project, and that's $1.1 to $1.3 million.
Okay, and was that in one of the original contracts of the 60 million or the 54 million we were spending on buildings?
No, this would be an accumulated building fund project. We're also seeking a grant for $750,000 to help offset that cost. We won't be advertising for bid for that project until we know whether we have an award of that grant or not.
Okay. The courthouse, we've been trying to figure out for a long time, the infrastructure for the jail, the courthouse, and some of the things I think that are very important that we have put off for 10 years. And it's coming to fruition at this time. So it's very important what you're doing, Kevin, and I'm glad you're finding all these things ahead of time, and making sure that we're prioritizing and making sure that funding is available. Because to me, some of this, instead of buying more buildings, is more important. Not that those buildings aren't good buildings and things we'll need for the future, but there's things I keep saying that in the buildings that we have all over Rapid City and the county that we're finding that need to be replaced before we decide to spend more money on other buildings. So this is a piece of it, and I'm glad you're in there, and I'll keep saying between you and Mike, you're a good team. You guys really do a great job at finding what we need in Pennington County and getting it done. So that's pretty amazing that you've been looking at a grant and you got ahead of this, Kevin, you and your team. So thank you.
Thanks. Is there any more questions for Kevin on this? This is just information at our next meeting. Seeing none, well, thank you, Kevin. We'll see you at our next meeting. Next we come on our agenda is items from the compensation committee, and I'll recognize Carol Bancroft.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, Pennington County HR Director. That the first item is seeking approval for policy 2.15, the facility closure leave benefit. As presented last meeting, that what we're asking is to have that sentence that talks about overtime treatment. So the motion could read, I move to approve the revision to policy 2.15, facilities closures, to eliminate the sentence, facility closure leave will not count towards overtime.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Is there discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And number B.
So item B is a recommendation that we would revise policy 4.1 for vacation and 4.3A for sick leave. And what it would be is including workers' comp, anybody who has been injured on the job, that they would be considered an exception as well for, along with the military, that they would accrue their benefit time during that time frame. So adopting this proposal is a recommendation, so I'll stand for questions, but we cannot approve it
Okay.
until next meeting.
So no motion today. This is informational to research for our next meeting.
Correct.
Is there any questions for Carol? I don't see none at this time, Carol.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is item 21, legislative updates, and commission was sent out some information on this to how to rate some of, this comes from the county funding and services ranking priorities directives for resolutions for South Dakota Association 2024 legislative session. We were asked to try, I've got some numbers for myself, but I think as a commission, do we want to take these up now and prioritize them, or do we want to send them in? Do we need to have this voted on? Or can we have the commissioners email what theirs is and find a common numbers and send that? I'm looking to you. I could start out with going from the bottom priority on up, but
Can we, when we have these for us to do that, I'm in agreement with you, Lloyd. But can we have the numbers next to these of what we spend for Pennington County on here? Because that's gonna make the difference for, what those costs are and maybe what my priority is. So if we could get those sent with the email, I think that would be easier for our commission to kind of rate. And then if they want to do more investigation, they can call the certain entities or ask Holly, of course, because she knows a lot of the information.
I agree with you. We don't know, when I was looking at them too, it's hard without the numbers associated. I mean, I could go through these and I did, number what I felt was important to me, but without the numbers, it could be hard to.
So Chairman, can we continue it to the next meeting, or Holly, we can't? So when do we have to have it in by?
It has to be submitted to the state association by May 24th, and we need a little time to package it and put it together ahead of then. So we need to make a decision how the board wants to handle it today.
So do we have the numbers on this?
You have some of the numbers. The departments weren't able to get all of the numbers put together.
So can you read the numbers you do have, Holly?
They're in your packets. You have the numbers for elections that was provided. You have the numbers for the court costs. And we have cybersecurity information and the information from Health and Human Services.
Mr. Chair.
What we don't have is the medical, the mental health holds.
Yeah.
And some law enforcement costs.
Okay, I want to recognize Mr. Drews.
So the intent behind this is that the first meeting of the summer study committee will be held
June 14th.
June 14th. And so trying to collect the information for our state association by May 24th, so that they can compile from all 66 counties the information that comes in. And obviously, there's a certain scope that's been decided by the executive board of the legislature as to what this summer study can look at. However, I'm of the belief that for the legislators, they need to see the bigger picture of, even if it isn't within the scope of the summer study committee, that they need to know what expenses counties have. And so, as I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, over 90% of our budget is basically costs that are mandated by the state. And so as we look at this, we look at the elections, we know that cost is nearing that $500,000 annually at this point in time. Criminal defense costs are, when you put all of them together, appears to be nearing that $5 million cost. When you look at the cybersecurity, I think we still need to figure out exactly what our responsibility is as far as the county, because I think with the state's attorney's office, I think they have a software program that's protected by the software manufacturer rather than by us personally. And so we need to just separate those out so that we can figure out exactly what is our liability as far as overall cybersecurity. And I think Eric is in the room too, and I think he projected costs, for, I don't remember if this is just for PDO because I wrote my notes down here, but projected for 23 of over $6 million. So, I mean, there's a lot of costs associated with various things here. And so you can start breaking those out by the criminal defense costs, the court costs, obviously, the medical assistance for indigent persons. I think that will be forthcoming. I don't know if we have an actual number for that at this point in time, but there's a lot of costs associated with all these things.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
So your biggest three, if I'm correct, is your court costs, your criminal defense, and your elections? And the rest are like cybersecurity. I was looking for a firewall and stuff. It was what, 25,000, probably costs more than that by the time you're done. I don't know what mental health holds are. Juror fees, are they wanting to raise them? I mean, what we pay jurors? Because I know it can't be that much if you've ever served on one. It's like, what, $10 or $50? And medical assistant for indigent, we write off a lot of those. And I don't know what those costs are. So the biggest ones I see at this time are the court, the criminal defense, and the elections. And I don't know the numbers on the others, so it's going to be hard to figure it out.
I'm going to throw out a motion.
Go ahead.
And Gary, please help me out with this because you in commission. But I'm thinking I'll start going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think our number one is probably the criminal defense.
I'll agree.
Everybody agrees on criminal defense number one.
Chairman, can I ask a question? So isn't court costs higher than criminal defense?
I don't know. That was
Brian, you want to help?
This is going to give. I think the top three are going to be the biggest ones, but go ahead, Brian.
Could I make just a quick comment?
Sure.
Just on Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. I talked to Laura just a little bit about our costs that'll be coming, and we should have those in the next day or two. But the costs that we're going to provide are going to be lumped in with the court costs because for law enforcement purposes, courthouse security is probably going to be our biggest cost. But Laura's office and my office unique. I don't know exactly how we'll deal with this in the summer study, but Pennington County handles courts very unique from other jurisdictions across the state, specifically with how we're handling court reporting in the individual courtrooms. I have staff that are doing part of the function of the clerk of courts. In Minnehaha County, they have a court reporter in each individual courthouse or each individual courtroom that sends the results to the sheriff's office to determine bond amounts, releases, holds after court. And I believe that Laura has staff in her office also that do some of the function that the clerk of courts does in other parts of the county. So my hope is we can put those costs on top of the court costs that we're submitting, but there'll be some type of an appetite for a discussion as to can they do that? Can we create some consistency across the state with what counties are expected to do and what the state is doing on those costs? But those are the ones that are going to be coming from our office.
Well, thank you, Brian, because so I'll restart this then. Court costs, number one. Is everybody agreeable on that? Number two would be criminal defense. Makes sense. Okay. Number three, I have elections. Okay, everybody's agreeable. Number three, elections. Number four, I'm stuck on
Veterans or mental?
Yeah, mental health or the veterans. I know there's been some discussion on regional veteran service officers, but
We have two fours? That we think
has
they're,
anybody got any suggestions for four?
Well, if you do veterans and mental health, a lot of times, well, that's mental health holds, never mind. I was gonna say, because sometimes they're linked because they're getting services through or they're getting referrals out and whatnot, but never mind.
and someone,
Well, this is just the recommendations that they discuss on, so I would probably go with number 4, veteran services,
okay,
and 5, mental health holds.
then 6, cyber and,
Yeah, 6 is cyber security costs. 7 be the medical assistance for indigent persons.
Yeah, that's what I'd say.
yeah,
Okay, and then 8 would be juror fees.
good job.
So even though 8 as juror fees, that's still a cost to Pennington County of
Yeah.
about $250,000,
Yeah.
I believe, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly. Holly, do you remember if that was?
She's
about
got court admin and jury at 316,000.
316? So, yeah, so all of them carry a pretty healthy amount.
Yeah. But if I remember right, they took that up in legislation this year, didn't they? They were talking about jury fees and that got
Well, there was a bill to try to increase it, but that bill was defeated.
defeated. Okay. So, Holly, did you write those down?
I did.
I knew you did. Could you,
That's your
could you,
motion?
can you run those by us one more time?
And, 1, court costs, 2, criminal defense costs, 3, elections, 4, veteran service officers, 5, mental health holds, 6, cybersecurity, 7, medical assistance for indigent persons, and 8, juror fees.
Okay, that's the numbers. Is there anybody want to change any of those around? Seeing none, I'd look for I'll make that motion for those.
Second.
And seconded by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, you guys.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
just to add to that, I think by the time we have collected all the information from the various departments,
Good chair.
that this is going to be a pretty complete document as far as costs that are associated with this. Obviously, I mean, a lot of the smaller counties aren't going to be in the same position that we are, but I think it'll give the committee a pretty good indication of what kind of costs have been handed down from the state mandated that the counties pick up and pay, so.
So with this document, when we send it to them, it's going to have the costs associated with it
Right.
from us, so. Okay. Thank you, guys. Next, we have on our agenda is item number 22, items from Commission Manager Holly Hennies. And this is for the Extension Board bylaws.
Yeah, Commissioners, this is just a request today to approve the revised bylaws for the County Extension Board. I've been working with them to update at the request of the SDSU for 4-H, and what you have in front of you is the draft copy, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have with the updates.
Is there any questions from Holly? I can, as being on their liaison, they worked with Holly on this and their approval of this also.
Mr. Chair,
Changes.
move to adopt the revised bylaws for Extension Board as presented.
Second.
Moved by Laster, seconded by Hadcock. Any further discussion?
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
just to thank you, Holly, because they were pretty common sense things that they needed to change a little bit, and it looks nice.
Simplified it and made it match what statute has.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Holly.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, that brings us up to approval of the vouchers.
Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I would make a motion to authorize payment for the invoice list presented to the Board of Commissioners for approval on May 16th, 2023, to have a grand total of $4,396,171.57.
Second.
Okay, we need to take up,
Motion one.
we can,
The rows in first.
yeah, we need to take up the rows in first.
Mr. Chair.
No, I didn't see that.
So,
Oops.
so there was no second on that, so Mr. Roskinick.
Move to approve the voucher for the Rose Inn in the amount of $204. Commissioner Hadcock to abstain.
Second.
Moved by Roskinick, second by Lassiter to approve the Rose Inn in the amount of 204 with Ms. Hadcock abstaining. Any questions, concerns? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Now, Mr. Drews.
I'd make that motion in the amount of $4,395,967.57.
Motion was made by Mr. Drews.
My math was wrong.
67 or 68?
67, my
67.
apologies, my math was wrong.
Okay.
We have that number.
But I think I said it
So
correctly.
it was moved by Mr. Drews, seconded by Roskinick. Any further discussions? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we come to items from the public, and I do not have no speaker request forms. Oh, okay. Excuse me, I do have one. I have a request from Ken Rega. So I'll recognize him now. Ken, I will make this comment. I'll read off what public comment's about as you come up. Public comments, a time for the members of the public to discuss or express concerns to the Board of Commissioners on policies and issues affecting county government and its function. Action will not be taken during this item on any issue brought forth that are not properly noticed. Speakers under this item will be recorded in the minutes by name and area of interest. So Ken, this is just a time to express your public comment to us. No action will be taken.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. My name's Ken Rega from Hill City. Kind of a hard act to follow after sitting through the meeting at how much money you guys have to spend and where it comes from. I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I was going to do a quick family history of what the Black Hills were built on. Hope that not to bore you. In about 1896, a guy got on a ship in Italy, came to New York, got on a train, ended up in Rapid City, South Dakota, bought some stuff, moved to a little spot by the Cosmos, by the Keystone Y, and that guy's my great-grandparent, my great-granddad. I'm glad he did. My grandpa was born there at the Cosmos. My dad was born at the Cosmos. I was born and raised in Hill City. I've lived there 67 years. And my great-grandpa was a logger and a miner. My grandpa was a logger and a miner. My dad was a logger, and then he went into the service. He came back from the service, got hired on by the Forest Service. So he worked in the Black Hills, building roads, fire protection, building fire lines with CAT. Got flown all over the United States. They'd fly him over a fire, say, Horace, can you build a line around that fire? And he said, yep. They put him on a CAT and away he'd go. I was born and raised in Hill City. Pretty much, I owned a gas station. I was a logger. I still am a logger. At 46, I decided to go get a teaching degree. Taught school, coached. I'm the vice president of Lions Club, Ron. Proud of our Lions Club. We still do great work together. I was a Pennington County Reserve deputy in the 80s. I got hired by Hill City to be a deputy in Hill City in the 80s. In other words, I've done a lot of stuff, but it was all labor. It was all labor of my great-grandparents, my grandparents, my dad, and me, and my family. And my home's in Hill City. I live out of Dead Brook now, and that's where I want to stay. I'm coming to you today to ask for advice and to look for an answer of how I can afford to live where my family have been since 1897. We live out in Dead Brook, pretty nice little community out there. There's 8 of us that are retired out there. My neighbor came with me, Ken. And I just want to talk about the evaluations and the tax increases that's happening to us. During COVID, as we all bring up once in a while, prices went crazy. They came in, millionaires, investors. I've never been an investor. I've been a labor man. 2 years ago, I decided I can retire. And so I started teaching at 46. I had a whopping 19 years in teaching. Taught the Star Academy, one of the best experiences of my life. You probably will never hear too many people say that. But I got to see what happens to kids in a very private atmosphere. You know, where you know, most of us have pretty normal lives, and then all of a sudden you get these stories from the kids. Then I went on to teach in Hill City. So that's enough about me, but I just wanted to kind of set the pace of what makes America, what makes the Black Hills, what makes it what we have right now. Now I'll get into kind of what I really came to talk about. And Deb, I remember you from the planning and zoning when this is only the second time I've ever spoken public. And twice Deb got to see me the first time, and I don't speak very well in public, I'm sorry. But it was about the campground below me there. But anyway, so I bought my place in 1988. I built a house for my folks out there. They lived right on Main Street, Hill City. My mom lived there since 1939. And when they widened the streets and built the truck route and everything, it came right to my folks' front door steps, basically. And that's where the bear carvers are at now in Hill City, across from the post office. There was where I grew up. But anyway, when I bought my place in 1988, I'm like, yeah, I can afford this. And I worked and I worked and I worked and I worked, and yeah, I can afford it. And everything's going pretty good until this year. And my assessment, let's see what I have my numbers here. And this has happened to a lot of retired people. I'm kind of just speaking right now for me, but I know that everybody else is getting kind of hit the same thing. So I kept track from 2016 to 2022. My evaluation went up 151,000, 36.14% increase. Now all of a sudden I get this letter in the mail, and Ron, he had meetings in Hill City and everything, and trying to visit with people about it. I didn't get my letter till 2 days after the meetings. And so I don't know how many other people it happened to. But from 22 to 23, it's went up 57%. Right now, I have 9 acres and a little log cabin. It was built in the 70s. And my acreage value is about $2,700 or $27,433 an acre. About 5 of my acres are on a hillside like this, can't be built on. So I don't know why. Did they just look at a map and say, you have 9 acres, boom, this is what we're assessing them all at? Or did they come out and individually look at them? That's some of the advice I'm looking for you guys for.
So, Ken, a lot of those questions, have you taken the time to go to the equalization office and talk with them and set up a site visit?
We did call them.
You did do that?
But yeah, they didn't. we didn't get them out there yet, so,
Because that would be the first step, then you.
yeah, well, sometimes the first step's just to come see you guys, but I'm sorry. You know, I'm not, like here, I'm not, it's gonna be pretty quick now.
Okay.
In this year, my taxes are 48.76. We called Ron, I'd visited Ron on the phone, and he said, "Where'd you get that information, Ken?" Well, there's of what it's gonna be next year, an estimate of what it's gonna be next year. And there's a number right on the back of our deal to call, and we did. And now they're estimated that next year there'll be 8620. That's an extra $3,743 a year increase, which is 76.7%, which is $311 a month. In retirement, I know you're supposed to plan ahead, but I didn't plan for that one. And the 8 of us that are out there that, you know, several of them are thinking of selling because they can't afford it anymore. That was our retirement homes. So I'm just coming, you know, you suggest I get hold of them.
Yeah.
Really, and that's what I came to talk about is what do we do?
Again, I think you've done the right thing. I mean, you come here, you're doing it in public, and you have your numbers. And we just went through boards of equalization. You can appeal your taxes at that point in time too. I know it's a little late now. That's done and over with, and you've contacted your commissioner in your district, but I would sit down and then talk with the equalization. We can't take no action here, not that we could anyhow at this point in time. But I would recommend talking to Shannon or one of his representatives up in the equalization and stay in contact with Mr. Rosknecht in your district. And it's unfortunate that things have exploded as they are, but that's the most advice I can give you at this point in time.
All right, yeah, and that's one other thing I wanted to say is that I've always felt that, you know, yeah, we know they're going to increase, but because a millionaire moved in next to me, he didn't care what it cost him to get out of California, paid for this house, so then all of a sudden mine went,
yeah,
because they paid that. Can't there be some checks and balances where if you're living on your own place for all these years and then somebody else comes in, that they pay the price, not us?
Another thing I think Mr. Rosknecht's working on was legislators. Do you have a comment, Ron?
Mr. Chair, well, relative, you know, we talked about maybe that land just isn't being valued right because of some of the natural characteristics. And I'll be going out to Dennis's house on Thursday, and I'll make it a point to look at your property and see if there's a recommendation that I can give to the, you know, Director of Equalization. And another thing that we can do is we can watch our purse strings. So on the 28th and 29th of June, we'll be doing a budget. And I would encourage people that want to see how that process works and have a voice in that, they should be here on the 28th and 29th of June.
Right.
Make sure that we're making the right decisions. Relative to the out-of-state buyers paying what they're paying, I can't stop that. But and as I said, for where you're assessed for 2023, we went through the appeal process, and so everything's pretty much set in granite. But we can certainly look to see if there's something wrong, relative to your property for 2024 that we might be missing. And to do that, you know, they just have to go out there, and they should visit with you and saying these are the comparable sales that we feel would support that. Unfortunately, a lot of this is just, it's outside of our control. It's the market. And one or two crazy sales, we don't really, they don't look at those, but when you really get a lot of them, then it becomes a market or a trend. But I think we need to, or have the DOE take a specific look on your property to see if there's something that they're missing that they could lower that assessed value.
Yeah.
And I'll be more than happy to take a look at your site when I'm out there on Thursday.
No, I appreciate that. But again, I think if you look at the picture of the explosion, there wasn't very many South Dakota people that bought it in the last 3 years.
Chairman.
This commission's aware.
And maybe I'm wrong, but that's just what I
Ms.
feel. And so,
I also encourage you to look at people's budgets. It's good to go to our budgets, good to go to the city's budget, and it's good to go to the school's budget, because 70% of those budgets aren't ours. And when you base the levy and you base it on budgets, right, for property taxes?
Yes.
So you know the formula?
Well, yeah, I know 52% goes to the school, and I got some of that because I was a teacher.
About
So-
53 and then 17 to the city, and the only funding we have is a lot of times the property tax with other entities that Pennington County has. But your property tax, look where it's based, because it's based on the budgets of all three
Right.
and other, which is about 4%, and then calculated, and that's what, for its assessments, that's the percentages that usually come into the changes in order to make those budgets. So I don't think people understand all that for why the property taxes are increased. That's a huge portion of why it's done. And so those budgets need to be watched, and those budgets need to be based on a certain percent of growth and what they're spending their money on. I think a lot of those entities do pretty good, but it's always good to be a good steward like you are today, coming here and asking questions, but to go see where your taxpayer dollars are going.
Right, but yeah, a lot of, I'm not going to get into
No, but I want to thank you, Ken, for coming forward in public comment and bringing this forward. You're humble and you're gracious in explaining your side and your concerns, and that goes a long ways.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So the reason I'm meeting with Dennis on Thursday is because we're going to try to figure out something, but it's going to be on a state level because he's our representative for District 30. And Dennis has indicated to me that of all the school districts in the state of South Dakota, 5 are not state funded. Hill City's one of those 5, and we're trying to figure out why it's not being state funded and why the taxpayers are picking up on that. And I told Dennis, because I got the appraisal experience and I know a little bit about that, and now he's representative for District 30, we're going to see if we can do something and maybe go to the state level to see how we can correct some of that so that 52% of our budget isn't going to a school district. Try to get the state involved more.
Yeah, and I understand that too because I was a logger. So Hill City was in a logging community and it's all federal. And so their funding was off stumpage from the timber work. It's gone.
Thank you, Ken.
So, all right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more speakers.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
For general public comment. All the other ones are for specific items?
Yep.
Is that public or?
No, it's for.
It's for a specific item?
Yep.
Okay.
Can we take a break?
With that.
Move to take a 2-minute break.
Second.
Moved and seconded to take a recess. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We are ready to come back into session. So at this time, we are going to go into the Board of Adjustments. So I'd like a motion to go in.
Second.
Moved by Drew, seconded by Laster to go into the Board of Adjustments. Cody. Item A.
Cody Sack, environmental planner. Item A, subdivision regulations variance SV 23-01. It's to waive the requirement to construct the road to ordinance 14 standards. The applicant is Argyle Properties LLC and Nita Lee. The agent is Jim Peterson, both of which are in the audience if there are any questions. Location of the property is 23911 Hidden Valley Trail, involves 13.55 acres. Current zoning is Ranchette District with an existing land use of residential. When looking at variances, we take a two-pronged approach, whether granting a variance would encounter public interest or whether there's a special condition to grant a variance. Staff did not find a special condition that would excuse the literal enforcement of Ordinance 14 standards. As you can see on the screen, the applicants are requesting not to construct Hidden Valley Trail to Ordinance 14 standards as part of a plat. They are looking to subdivide the property into 2 lots, Lot 1 and Lot 2. The applicants are requesting to construct the road to 18 feet wide instead of 14 feet wide and only bring the road to 18 feet down to approximately somewhere in here just past where the approach would be. An 18-foot wide road would allow 2 emergency vehicles to pass each other. With that, staff is recommending denial of subdivision regulation variance SV 23-01, as there's no special condition that exists on the property. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends 2 conditions.
Thank you, Cody. Is there any questions for Cody? None at this time. I do have some speaker request forms. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to let the applicant come up after the other public comment. Is that acceptable for the applicant? Okay. Okay, so Judy Mildred. Thank you, Judy. You were at our last meeting too.
Last 2. I've been to every one. Good morning. I think it's still morning. You received a letter last time, and Mr. LaCroix, just to kind of catch you up, the letter was read, I think, and there was a question by one of the commissioners about the jurisdiction. And so I will address that this morning, for the requirement for the millings. So I'll make that point this morning along with a couple others. The letter was sent to Cody for the packet, and it's April 25th. So
Okay, we got it.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. So if there's any questions at all, we just agree with staff's recommendation to deny. The exceptions, if you do choose to agree to that, then we ask that it's for the full length of the property, which is also what the planning committee is asking, and planning and zoning. And then also that it is the culverts. I think they mentioned something about the culverts be constructed according to ordinance 14. So I have been doing my research. I spoke with Megan, who politely told me that as the attorney for the county, she really couldn't answer my questions, but she did suggest a couple other attorneys I could contact. And I spoke with Tom Miller, and he suggested speaking with Greg Vavra. And so we had a good conversation. He talked about the fact that this comes up quite often. Neighbors may not agree on road surface, or other things about a road, but he said you're lucky because you are a road district, and the one thing you do have jurisdiction over, the one thing you do have authority over is your road. I thought that probably wouldn't be enough, even though I had trouble getting a hold of an attorney, but I did. And he read state statute 3112A22, and I believe I gave you guys a copy of that one as well. If you'd like, I'll read it, but that's up to you. I'll go ahead and read it.
Yeah.
It's short. The Board of Trustees shall have the power to pass all necessary ordinances, resolutions, orders, rules, and regulations for the proper management and conduct of the business of said road district, and to carry into effect the ordinances, orders, resolutions, rules, and regulations of said road district for the business for which the district is formed. So, when I spoke to the attorney, I'll use his words because you know how attorneys talk. He said he was going to be here, by the way, but he had a conflict. That this is kind of a no-brainer. This is the doctrine of preemption because the South Dakota state statute preempts any county ordinance. So that was the question we had. You know, the county ordinance says gravel. The president also of the road district couldn't be here, but he also gave me a letter that the property is currently about 41% millings, 59 gravel. Millings have traditionally been used by the road district in areas of steep road surface grade and to mitigate gravel dust. Both dust and grade stability are an ongoing concern in our area, and it is especially so in the proposed area. The other thing that I wanted to bring about is our minutes from our last meeting, and then I have minutes of the 22, 21, and 20 meetings as well, if you need those, in which we did talk about millings. You guys have a copy of this as well. Road work for 2023, discussed last year's work and agreed to continue the rule of millings. Discussed the cost effectiveness, blah, blah, blah. I won't read the rest of it, but I wanted to prove that we do have an ongoing and have been putting as many millings down as we can as the cost is more, but the maintenance is less, and we realize the benefit of that. I have an invoice. Last year, we put $3,020, and that's just the trucking and the millings. That's not the blading and all the other work expenses, and that happened to go right in front of the property that, the Argyle property. So we have a large investment, and I believe we have the legal recourse to require the millings. We also are asking that, or we understand, and I guess I just want to go on record for this one, that before the plat is finalized, they would have to post a surety if they didn't have the road widened, or build the road before Brittany can sign off on the plat. And the reason that I brought that up is last year, we approved Mount Rushmore Telephone to put in a high-speed internet cable. Internet in our area is not great, so we're excited about that. And they want to start doing that fairly soon. And I spoke with Anita and gave her a copy of the map this morning, and sent her an email a couple weeks ago when I heard from Mount Rushmore Telephone that they'll be in the area soon. So we'd like to get that on record as well. Do you have any questions for me?
So Judy, I have, to summarize your concerns, is you would like the road to 14 standard. A compromise would be, from your April 25th letter, a compromise would be for the 18, the full length from north to south of Argyle properties, and you'd want the ditches and culverts to be constructed to the 14 standards. That would be a compromise. Is that fair to say, from what I read?
The compromise would be, no, if I didn't, maybe I said that wrong. We're willing to accept the road to be widened to 18 feet.
Yep, that's right.
That's our compromise.
Yep.
But we do have the following expectation that the road is widened for the entire length, north to south.
Entire length, south to north.
Correct.
Is that what I said? North to south is what I got.
Yes, and I understand, in visiting with the attorney too, that was subdivision regulation, I'm going from memory, 902, that when a lot is subdivided, that the road is widened for the entire length of that property.
Okay.
But don't count me on that one. I didn't bring that paper with it.
Okay, I'm going to go to the commission for any questions. Ms. Hadcock?
So when did you start building houses, and when was the road starting to be constructed?
Oh, my goodness. I think the road district was formed in 2009.
Okay.
And there weren't hardly any houses out there at all. And the road was pretty rough. Houses, I think the initial home was Olson's in 90s. And then the other homes were built in the 2000s. Many of them, I don't have the dates, but I can get that information if you need it, Deb.
Okay. Well, why I'm asking that is you have a road that's 16 feet wide with the culverts not to ordinance 14 standards. When I drove the road, the whole thing is at least 16 feet. So if you've been around on this property for a while and you kept building, and you've had the road district since 2009, how come none of it's been widened even to 18 feet, or the culverts haven't been improved at all? I know it's a road district in one sense, but why now? I guess the question is, why now?
Well, I guess it's going to be widened because of the new owners, so we have them to thank for that. But it's served our purpose. You know, as I mentioned at many of the meetings, we're agriculture. That land on the west, in the picture there, or excuse me, on the east in the picture there, is all Forest Service. To the south is all Forest Service. I've got 3 horses on my lot and chickens, and you know, we all have animals. There's 4 cattle guards, or I was corrected, they call them auto gates. I'm a ranch girl, so I call them cattle guards.
I'm there
There's
with you.
4 there's 4 cattle guards on that road. It's worked for us, and we haven't had any issues. So what we have chosen to do is go with millings and maintain the road to the best of our ability. You know, we get a little over $3,000 a year. And you guys probably know the cost of gravel and millings and maintaining and snow removal. It doesn't go very far, but
Right.
we've done the best we can. And we just moved out in 2015, so I can't really speak for the people prior to us. But I think as we do millings, we would, you know, definitely consider widening it for a safety standpoint.
I
That's a
guess,
good point, Deb. Thank you.
but for me, it's kind of hard to make somebody do it when the whole road is that way. It's not like a piece of the road. Hold on just a sec, Miss Judy. So you go in and it's gravel, and that seems like where you put the asphalt millings where you first come off the road, right? Off Neck Yoke, you'd put it there. No, it's gravel. Then you go on to some millings for a while, and then you go on to gravel. Then you go on to some millings. There's about 300 some feet of theirs that's millings, and then the other 700 stuff is, and that 700 something with gravel goes all the way south. So you've got almost 3/4 of a mile or a mile of road, and 80% of it's gravel and 20% of it's millings.
Well, the road is 0.7 tenths of a mile. And I know that the section in front of the Olson place is all millings, and that was something that we wanted to do because people have a tendency, there's quite a grade right there, and they have a tendency to go fast. You know, you're going downhill, you go fast. So that's actually the first place we put millings. Then we put millings at the curve and the steep area in front of, before you hit their property, and then what did he say, 41% of his property, of their property, we put millings. And then there's millings a little further down. Every time we have a road, an area of the road that we have to work on, we put millings. But it's not a whole lot of millings. I mean, you're right, there's a lot of gravel. But again, this is something that in our 2020 minutes, we've been working on this for 3 years. So, well, not even 3 years, because we haven't done the road work for 2023. That's when we made the rule to go to millings. And we've done it as we can afford it.
And,
You know,
and
I agree. I see where you're coming from, but.
Right. So I guess if I was in charge, I would have spent the money on the 18-foot road with the culverts or the 24-foot road with culverts first before I would have done the millings. Because now if you want to increase that road, what do you have to do in order to make those culverts in that road acceptable, meaning to county standards or even to the same standards you want these guys to do? So, you can do the 18-foot, but at this time, I think with their millings that they have, I guess we're gonna find out if we do have them increase that road. If you do that road, commissioners, at 18 feet, I don't know if you can, I'm not a road builder. So you got 300 some feet that are millings and the rest is gravel. So how do you fix the roads so the millings work with the 18 feet? Do you just add to the side and put the culverts in? How are you going to change it now? How we were going to make it so if it's 18 feet, how's that going to go into a 16-foot road on one side and 16 feet on the other? One is gravel, one is millings. You've kind of created kind of a safety factor on your own with some of that because you only have 16 feet.
Mr. Chair,
For me,
I just need clarification.
and I did look at it. So you go on Neck Yoke, like I said, you hit gravel, you hit some millings, then you hit some gravel, then you hit some millings, and then after their millings, then it's all gravel all the way south. West, if you go west on the road going south, then you look, and I didn't go on that road, I just looked at it. It has gravel, then it has some millings, then it has some gravel again. So if you're looking at safety factor and we're looking at trying to do it 18-foot road or county standards, how do you do that in just one piece? Like, remember when we were talking about when you're doing one or two houses, it's easy to start the process, but we're talking, what, 10 houses?
No.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, point of
he has a
inquiry.
clarification.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding, and I'm understanding what you're saying there, but this road is 16 feet up until their property. They're subdividing it, so our ordinance says they have to bring it to 24 feet. So it's not them requiring it to go to 24 feet or 18 feet, it's the county requiring it to go to 24 feet. They're asking for a variance to bring it to 18 feet to allow for two vehicles. Am I summarizing that right? So we're not making it, well, they're not making them go to 18 feet, it's us making them go to 18 feet. Is your question, or are you trying to get at why are we making them go to 18 feet? Because you keep saying
Right.
them,
Well,
it's more for us.
They would like 18 feet on that property, but I'm trying to figure out if you have 10 properties and they're all at 16 feet and it's already a built-out subdivision and it's not a county road at this time, is it, and should it be a requirement all of a sudden to do 18 feet with county standards or even 24 feet? Because if you're having a subdivision, that's why I always tell you guys when you're first doing these properties and there's only a couple, that's the time to make them do the 18 feet or the 24 feet. Now, if they subdivide, I guess, along the way, and everybody has to do 18 feet, or this road district does 18 feet, but this road district has been there since 2009, and it's still 16 feet. So why all of a sudden do we do one property at 18 feet or 20 feet and do it with culverts? I guess it's a question for this commission. I know
have
it's the ordinance
culverts.
14 standards, but why would you do it now? If they're not doing it even in their inlet where they come in, meaning your approach, why now?
Because,
Oh,
oh,
I just want to say, we still got two speakers to
Right.
go, so we can have plenty of debate towards the end. I just want to give the speakers a chance to,
Not really a debate. I mean, Travis, excuse me, Chairman, Travis asked a question,
yeah.
so I answered the question, but Ms. Judy, I can't figure it out because I have to be fair and just and it, to make sense, whether it be a business proposition or whatever it is, for the county or for us, we have to protect both sides, not just one side.
Sure.
And be fair to both sides. So that's, you're not doing anything wrong, Ms. Judy, and I
Well,
appreciate what you're saying.
No, and like I say, we can't speak for those that put the road in because none of them are here today. But we have culverts and we've done, as I say, we've done the best we can with 3,000 in 2020. We spent $6,000 dollars on millings, and we've just made that determination that from now on, we want millings, and we do want to maintain the road in the best manner that we can.
But Miss Judy, you can increase your road district in order to make that road a safety. You guys were talking about a safety factor and stuff on this road. You can increase that district in order to make that money, in order to pay for the road or pay for the millings that you guys are talking about as well. That's why you opted out of, having it be a county road. Make sense? That's why you're a road district.
It does. What I heard, and this is secondhand because this is what I was told, the reason they chose to do the road district is the county didn't maintain the road.
Okay.
So they thought they could do a better job. Apparently, according to you, we haven't, but we've tried.
Well, thank you,
Not
Judy.
that you haven't, it's that I didn't agree with the width.
Okay.
Thank you, honey.
All right. Any other questions?
No other questions.
All
Thanks, Judy. Next, we have Anita, no, hold on, sorry, Michelle. I can't tell if that's an N or a R. So I don't want to mispronounce it.
No, it's okay. It's Marwani, so there's a lot of vowels, and
Okay.
it's easily mispronounced. So I could speak to a couple of the questions. My name is Michelle Marwani. I live at 23921 Hidden Valley Trail. If you look at that picture right there, that's our shop right there. It's directly to the south of the developer's property. We've been here a lot, so you probably know my story. We've been there for over 30 years. Our home was actually built in the 60s. Our house was the original Baumgardner house in the subdivision. So my family's seen it all over the years in terms of coming before the commission and the rules changing over and over again. So in terms of the homes being built, houses, there's only one property on the road district that's been built after the road district was created, and that's the property up right next to the developers. It's on the 1 point something acres, but everything was in place before the road district was established. So, again, we've been there for 30 years, actually 32 or 34 years. And our house was built, it screams 60s and 70s throughout. So here we are again, as the developer is trying to change the rules again for the property that's already listed, kind of listed. I see that when searching it, it says the listing agent has added a coming soon note to alert buyers in advance, but it doesn't have any specifics. So it just says that there's lists the acreage, and then it says that there's 0 bedrooms and 0 baths, but it doesn't say a price. So we are talking about a piece of property that is soon to be on the market. So as a road district, we've been unanimous, excluding the developer, of course, in our opposition to all of it. The vacation home rental in the agricultural neighborhood, the variance because the garage is built on the section line, the multiple plans for the subdivision, and now we as members of the road district ask you for representation. We have over 22 registered voters or voting age members on our district, and I don't feel like we have had representation to this point. I know that you say that you have to represent both sides, but this has been all or nothing. And we have not received your representation as your voters. I voted for you, man. So we concede that the road can be widened to 18 feet, not because we want to, but we really can't afford it. We know that with the conditional use permit and the vacation home rental, there's an allowance for 4 vehicles a day. I think it's six or 8 total. Obviously, if you take bare land and you sell it, it's anticipated that those people too will have cars. So we know that there is going to be a greater toll on our road. And if you've been to our road, I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not great. And currently, we ask, as Judy said, respectfully ask that the road be widened to 18 feet for the entire length of the developer's property. Like you said, north to south. We already have her employees and her representatives turning their vehicles around in our driveway. They are backing into our yard, not just our driveway, to turn around, because when you get to the end of her property, that's us. And when confronted about it just yesterday, Jim Peterson said, "What's your problem?" There's a 40-foot easement. I can back up where I want. That's upsetting. That's really upsetting that people are backing up wherever. They got a little bit aggressive, hands in the air, leaning into our vehicle, and we all saw it. There were 3 of us that saw his aggression. So they can drive onto our property, they can fly their drone over our property, and we get to take it. Apparently, this 40-foot easement only applies to us and not the developers. If it is possible, you can kind of see it there. Their fence currently it encroaches on the 40-foot easement. It's 13 feet into the easement. Ours is 40 feet exactly. I can see where they're turning around on ours because they have the easement fenced. So, and if you pull up Rapid Map, it's very obvious. I measured it this morning before I left. So why now? Why are we asking now? Nope, it's not a secret. The developer and her representative are well aware of what they were getting into. Nobody, no, we're the only ones that are learning this with the 24-foot requirement. Everything has been given to them, and we have had no representation from this commission. So respectfully, we ask that you finally listen to us and give us our 18 feet from north to south with culverts.
Thank you, Michelle.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
you said nothing has been, or everything's been given to them?
Yes.
They originally wanted to do 3 lots, and we didn't let that happen. So I don't think we gave them 3 lots. We compromised on 2, taking into consideration that you guys have property rights, they have property rights.
Absolutely. And actually, if you go back to the notes, that came through in a conversation between Jim Peterson and Ms. Hadcock, that he said that they would be willing to settle for 2. And so the commission denied without prejudice, I think is the verbiage. They offered it. You hadn't even turned it down yet.
My other question would be, if they agree to do 18 feet, I know it's 24, but you agree, they agree to do 18 feet, but then they're asking, they don't want to do 18 feet all the way, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So if they go 18 feet and they go all the way down to the south boundary, and you've got an 18-foot street or road with culverts and the side banks, then what does that go into? It goes into 16-foot, and that's where I don't quite understand. If you're going to make them do that, then why don't we just keep going south to 18 feet and make it all 18 feet? That's where I'm trying to figure out.
I think that's a fine idea if we subdivide. We have 20 acres, which actually does have millings on it. So when you say that past their property, there are no millings, that's not accurate.
No, I said there was.
Okay, so you can kind of see it right there. So if we subdivide our 20 acres, I think that's what we should do. It's the rules. Everybody gets to play by the rules.
Okay, thank you,
Chairman.
Michelle. Ms. Hadcock.
So you're saying if you buy one property, it's okay? So she would have done one VHR, that's okay, but if she subdivided, then that's not fair. I guess I'm not getting your no representation. So, number one, the road was started at 16 feet with gravel. It's 16 feet all the way with some millings and mostly gravel. And we're doing what? We're gonna do an 18-foot with some millings and some gravel, and maybe that's the compromise, is where you got the millings, do the millings, make them do the millings, and then the other's gravel, so it fits. How that works for culverts, I have no idea. I'm not a road builder, but we do property rights on both sides. If someone buys a property, we have to do the right thing by the rules and regulations. If we did anything, we should have, when we first started, shoulda, coulda, woulda, should have started everybody at 24 feet with 24-foot culvert, or 24-foot with culverts. That never happened, so you were represented, because obviously, since 2009, you had a road district, is that correct? And houses have been built, at least one after that. Did anybody come in from your road district to complain about that property to build 18 feet or 24 feet back then?
That property was actually only supposed to be a well lot. So that's that anomaly piece of property, if you recall.
Right.
So that's not even, that was never supposed to be built on. However, they got a building permit we never received notice about what was happening there.
Okay, so one of your property owners sold the lot and then they had to come in and get a building permit. So someone else, wasn't your representative, someone from your property owners sold that well lot to somebody else and they built a house there.
Mhm.
Right.
That actually
So-
comes, it's their driveway's right before the developers.
Right,
So
and did anybody come in and say anything about the road or anything on theirs, or is it just because it's a VHR?
no. Well, first of all, I don't know the year but I know that we've never received notice on it. It was never supposed to be, it was only supposed to be a well lot. We own a well lot as well,
Okay.
So we have a small piece of property with a separate legal description. That's what that was platted as. So however it got past the commission or I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but I know that my family would have been here to talk about it if we'd received notice.
Okay, they always send notices, so I believe
Yeah.
the planning, and maybe, Cody, can you speak to if you would, on the well lot?
Co-Sac environmental planner. So that lot was platted in the 90s, and as one of the conditions for approval, it was supposed to be changed. They had like lot 4 as the legal description, and it was supposed to be changed over to well lot before the developer filed the plat. The developer didn't change that legal description and filed the plat, so it was a legal description of lot 4, so it wasn't a well lot. So therefore, we had no choice but to issue a building permit on it, and you don't get noticed on building permits.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Cody, can you put
Hey,
the,
Deb, are you done?
No.
I just want the GIS map up there.
Oh, okay.
So, bottom line is,
Oh, the
for me, I think Ron represents, I'm gonna say something nice about Ron. I believe he represents his people very well. In fact, he goes above and beyond. So for him not to, he's one vote. He's fair, he's just, and he does go in there and see what's going on. And it's nothing different than he would for anybody else, because that's his job. And your planning department as well. So to say he's not represented because he doesn't vote your way, I think that's unfair. Because you need to watch somebody except just not on your property because they don't vote your way. I disagree. So, I don't know what's gonna happen on the property. I think the fair thing is maybe to do the 18 feet. I don't know, maybe put it on the millings and then the 18 feet on there with the culverts, but I think it's gonna be weird on your road. Because you're gonna have culverts that are gonna drown out the other non-culverted areas, because that water is gonna run with culverts into both sides. Or it's gonna run downhill, and then we're gonna hear about that, those culverts are doing something downstream because your road's not built for it. You just had a picture of it, and Ron was right. You had a picture of two little, it needs to be 3 to 4 feet ditches on each side to be able to handle it. None of those roads have that, or maybe they do and I didn't notice, but most of them don't have that. So where's that water when they do that gonna go once you build the culverts in an 18-foot road? You've increased the flow, the CFS on it.
Okay.
I'm
Mr.
not
Chair.
sure I would
I want to,
agree with the 3 or 4 feet.
So-
I know our property does because ours is pretty flat, and I know the top part of the property has 3 or 4 feet.
Right.
In terms of the ditches. So I know that there are some steep parts of their property that are going to have to be engineered somehow.
Yeah, and those steep properties, that water, when you put those culverts in, is coming downhill, and that's coming south. So once whatever you wish for is what you get, and it's not their issue once they put those culverts in of what that CFS and what that water does once you've increased the density, meaning the width of the pipe, because there's no pipe there now, and the ditches aren't big enough to support it down below. Because you guys, it looks like you already have some wetland down south where the west road goes, where there's a little bit of drainage area in that area. So
We have some dry stock ponds, but there's no wetlands right now.
okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Laster.
okay.
Thanks, Deb.
Couple of things. And I might be wrong on this, but Megan can definitely get up here and let me know if I am wrong on this. She usually does if I am. I believe the millings issue in general is a road district determination. I don't think we have to deal with the millings aspect of it. So regardless what's determined, I don't think we need to consider the millings because that's the road district's purview of what the road is going to look like at the end. All we should be dealing with is what our ordinance says, which is either 24 foot or a variance for 18 feet. Unless we're going to say we want to give them a variance for 16 feet. Our standard has been a variance for 18 feet when we do that. But what we have seen in the past, and what we've been trying to do is if we do say that you can do the variance for 18 feet, it should be the length of the entire property because, and it's not up there, the two parcels, if we let them go 20 feet into that southern parcel, then if they're I'm just gonna point, I don't know who is whose, but whoever's parcel is south of that, if they decide to go off, then they have to go from that point all the way down to somebody else's. I think to be consistent, if we're gonna say that you have to do it, then it has to be the property owner who's applying for it, has to be their entire property. Because if not, then you're making whoever south of them do it, the rest of the property and then their property. And I don't think that's right either. The question is whether we say, is it 16 feet or is it 18 feet or whatnot? Whatever it ends up, what we make a determination of, I do know that the road district, the plat won't get filed unless the road district agrees, and the road district's not gonna sign it unless the road district agrees. So that's gonna hang it up regardless what we determine here. So we just need to look at the ordinance. Where are we gonna go? Are we gonna say no variance, it's gotta be 24 feet, or is it gonna be a variance at 18 feet, or a variance at 16 feet?
Thank you, Mr. Foster. There's some good discussion, Michelle. So I want to get to the applicant's response. Do you have any final comments before I go to the applicant?
No, I would just leave you with what Ms. Hadcock said, the rules and regulations. So I think Mr. Lassiter spoke best. It's 18 feet based on precedent, what you're doing for everybody else. If you think about, and when we are the property directly to the south, so if we ever did develop, we would have to improve her road.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Next, I'm going to ask, unless Cody has something? Okay. The applicant and the representative, Anita Lee. And I just ask that you identify yourself for the record, and then if the commission has any questions of you, they'll ask that, and then we'll go to the commission for a motion or action.
Thank you for enduring this once again. Appreciate your time.
Just need to identify yourself, please.
My name is Jim Peterson. Thank you, sorry. Agent for Miss Lee. I wasn't going to go here, but I got to respond to some of the things that were said. Yesterday, I was out on the property, flagging corners and taking pictures, and a gentleman from the south property drove up to me by himself and threatened me to, if I go on his property, don't ever go on my property again. And I'll show you where that was in a minute. So there were no three people there. It was him and I asked him what his problem was, but I don't really want to go down that path. But I did call the sheriff and got it logged.
Okay, so that.
And the sheriff asked me if I wanted him to go see them, and I said, no, there's no sense putting fuel on the fire. I just want to get this logged. So
Okay,
that's the experience I had.
You did the appropriate thing. I think let's just concentrate on the matter on hand.
In regards to the coming soon and listed, I just asked Miss Lee. That is not true.
Okay.
I'm thinking she'll use me to do that, and I haven't done anything. So, and with regard, I'll explain some of that other stuff. And I'll hit some of these things, but let me go. I put together a little bit of a PowerPoint, and I'm not the greatest at this, but I think it'll help clarify some things. So just real quick, the road district, here are the 10 lots that belong in the road district. The yellow one is the subject property. This is Neck Yoke Road. Here's Hidden Valley. And then right here, it tees, if you will, and it goes into Saddle Notch. And then over here, this is still Hidden Valley. So that's what constitutes this particular road district. It was formed in 2009. Here are the 10 parcels, who the owners are, and what each of the acreages are. They go from 1.8 all the way up to 20.21. Okay. The road district, since its inception, has, and this is from the auditor, has collected $42,483. The last, looks like 5 years, are numbers that the auditor could give me, and then they combined from the beginning. And so that's an average of $3,267 a year, which was what they started out with 13 years ago. So there's been no increase for CPI or inflation or anything like that. So that's what the road district, they control the assessment. They control whether they want to add or do things. They can assess per the, codified law. The road features on this road, the whole is basically, it's been stated that it's 16 feet wide. The road, and I'll show you this in a minute, is anywhere from 12 to 16 feet wide. The entire length is 6145. This is from Rapid Map, so the accuracy is close, 1.16 miles. When we look at what's been milled and what's been gravelled out of that whole road district, that is the percentages that I come up with. Neck yoke, and these are the segments. So I broke it down to each segment. From neck yoke to the subject property is about 1,000 feet. Part of that is milled, part of that is gravelled. Through the subject property is 1,100 feet. Part of that is milled, part of that is gravelled. There's about 330 feet that's milled because it's from the north, and the rest is gravel. And then the rest of the property, when it goes to past the property to the south of us, they have some millings in front of their driveway approach, and beyond that, most of it's gravel. There are a couple patches of millings along the way, but that, to say this whole segment from here to here is, I would give it maybe 20%. It's more like 15% milled. But here's the view of the northern portion of that. So how the road comes in. The millings start at the bottom, roughly, of the hill here, comes up the hill, and then end in here. And I'll be able to show you that more graphic. And here's the southern part of that whole district. Just for so here's the start. You can see the pickup. Here's the start of the subject property. If you look here, you'll discern that this is milled from here to here. The portion over here is gravel, portion over here is gravel.
No ditches.
And that's the start of Miss Lee's property. This is where you go a little further and it turns into her driveway. And you can see, in terms of the truck, the width of that road. Right here, it's another graphic example of the width of the road, and this goes on past her outbuilding here, and my truck is 6 feet 3 inches wide. So that gives you perspective on the width of that road. The other thing that's been noted here is they're talking about culverts. The road is being widened. It's not being built. It's not being rebuilt. So any culverts that already exist, because they're already in place, will have to be widened. They'll be extended onto. So it's not like you're adding new culverts to a road. The road is already established. What we're here for is the width of the road widening and the length of it. If you can tell here now, this is a graphic, this is milled, you can tell, and then right here, it starts to be gravel right in here, and then from here on, it's gravel. Okay, better little picture of that. And I wheeled that from this area here back to the beginning of the property, and I got 330 feet. Remember now, the property length through this property is 1,100 feet. So you got a little difference in opinion on the amount of gravel. Here you can see that this is all gravel. Right here is where the road, the subject property ends. You can see the start of the southern property, Michelle's parent property here, and it comes right here, and we'll have better pictures of that. But you can see that this is all gravel, okay? This is looking back north, just back where we just came from. So here's the start of the property. Here, this is milled down into here, okay? This is a shot of just past the outbuilding that you saw. This is where the proposed access to the second lot that's been approved would go in here. Our thought process here is to make that a fairly wide approach. And the reason being is that you could pull off into that. Here is looking south from that spot on a different day. And you can see that the reason that was picked at that spot, there's a couple of different reasons. You can see that the topography here starts to get fairly steep. And you can see the straight line of sight. So if a person was able to, down here, we'll see where Michelle's area is here, and I'll explain on that in a minute. But you got real good visual. There's no curves, no nothing. And this is the area that we're asking not to have to widen. Okay, this is looking back. Here's where that driveway that I was just referring to. This fence line here represents, on this side, the Forest Service. And as you can see, where I'm parked, I'm facing north, guys. This is north. I'm probably 30 feet from the south property line. And again, that's all gravel. This is the portion, again, this is where the driveway would be. We'll make that wider. And then, and you can see, the width of the road right now. Here is the topography issue on the west side of that. It drops significantly and becomes quite, kind of an issue with all that widening. This is a shot from down below looking up, so it gives you a perspective of how deep that is off that. Here's the south boundary, okay, south property line. This is on the other side of the road. This is the east side, and here this drops down, and then of course this is Forest Service. So we have some challenges that way in terms of the Forest Service. Now this is the interesting part here is that's a truck. It's essentially a little over 6 feet, okay? This is a cattle guard. The cattle guard is on the southern property. It's not on the subject property. Our property corner is right here and goes across like this. And you can see, so what we're effectively doing by widening it all the way down here is running into this bottleneck of this fence, this cattle guard, okay? And that is not 16 feet across. Here's another shot of that looking south, and you can see the cattle guard, which is quite frankly is filled in. It's not much of a cattle guard. Here I showed, I wanted to note where I was when I measured that distance. So there's my tape, and if you look here, that's 12 feet, and if I go back, there's 6. If we call this kind of, you're not going to drive on that. So if I'm pushing it all the way over here, there's the 6-inch line. So that's 12 feet, 6 inches at that point. So we're going potentially from the, we're going like this and then the real big bottleneck without anywhere to, necessarily go. My sources on some of this other comments I might have are coming from South Dakota Codified Law, also the open meeting laws, and the township laws, which are referenced in the road district laws, and of course the county auditor. May I ask Judy, the representation of the road district, a question? Is that permissible?
Is Judy or
Because I have something she said in her testimony that was contradictory.
Judy, could you come up for a minute? Do you want to answer a question for the road district? Okay, if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah, my question is you talked about this ruling in regards to millings.
Mm-hmm.
When did that happen?
Well, in 2020, we chose to really focus on millings, and that year we spent $9,000 on the road. I believe 6,000 of it was millings, and then 21 also. We talked about millings, and then I think it was, I don't know, I gave you guys a copy of the 2023, and we used the word goal in the 2020 minutes, but the goal all along was a rule, and we used the word rule from then on as a rule.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
My question is that she said we just made a ruling from this last meeting they had, and she also said that it was a 2020 is where the ruling came. So a road district has the ability to create resolutions, ordinances by statute. So I was just wondering when that happened, because I see Ms. Lee was given the notice for this year's meeting, and this is where the open meeting laws come into play. You have to notice what you're voting on, okay? And there was nothing on there that regarded any millings, or it was just the election of officers. So, and then if it happened in 2020, it's interesting. Now, this is probably our 8th meeting or whatever, I don't know anymore. But in one of the previous meetings, the road district gave us, you guys, 2 bills, one in 2020 and one in 2022. And in 2020, the bill was for gravel. In 2022, the bill was for milling. So I'm just, you know, I think I'm getting a little bit to the point of hearing things that aren't true and things that are being stated, and then knowing that it's quite obvious this isn't Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Okay, I mean, there were, you know, they're antagonistic in terms of this happening. I get that, but we still have to stay within the facts.
So Jim, just for clarification, what is it you're asking for?
So what we proposed in the variance is to do the 18. Let me go.
Because from what I understanding is the road district's okay with the 18, and you're okay with the 18, but up to at a certain length?
So what we're proposing is to widen. So we've already done the 66-foot easement. Okay. It's currently 40 feet. And from the beginning here to where the driveway of the second lot, past the driveway, we're widening it to 18 feet. That's where that straightaway is, and we'll also widen out the approach to the driveway to not just make it so you turn in, but so that you could actually pull off to the side when you see somebody maybe coming, okay?
So how many more feet is that from the driveway?
400, and 400 and...
It's 400 more feet?
Rough numbers, 420, 430.
That they're asking to be widened?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's the back, it's the south portion from the south lot line up about 400 feet, rough numbers.
Mr. Chair.
I was just trying to get this down because we got another speaker request for me, and I think there's a lot of the information that's been presented to this commission, and I think they're ready to take it up. But I just wanted, we got one more speaker request now that after that, but.
This is for Jim.
So Ron asked, I heard.
Before him, but.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I'll wait.
So on the road work for 2023, this is the Hidden Valley Road District annual meeting. They did discuss last year's work and agreed to continue the role of millings, discuss the cost effectiveness and benefit of millings. Plan for the year is to continue using them as we can afford and feel work on. So they did talk about it in, it doesn't.
They actually show, we just got that today. Actually, we asked for it at the last meeting. We just got it today.
Okay.
And it did say they made a motion on that, yet it wasn't on the agenda or noticed.
But what I'm saying is, you said they didn't discuss it, Jim, but they did discuss it, probably because this came up because of the road. So in fairness, they did discuss it, Jim. So I got to ask you something though. How many, I'm looking at these roads and I don't see any ditches. I see some grass mowed on the left side and then I see a culvert there in a couple spots.
This one
I don't
goes
see
this
any
way.
ditches. Is there any ditches on this road, or is it just kind of tops and then just goes into a little bit of a foot deep or whatever on the sides?
This is drainage here. This is, you don't see it as well, but that is, you can see the shadow lines, so you see that's going down.
Right, and I did see on some of the property it slopes down, so that helps. But I'm going to say this, and I learned this from the highway department, so they can beat me if I don't say it right. Without ditches on your roads, and especially if you're putting millings or anything, guys, you're destroying the road with water quicker than it should, meaning there's nowhere for it to go except underneath the road. So what you're doing is spending money on millings and roads at that cost with erosion, or you're destroying your roads quicker than they should be. So I'm not getting any ditches on 16-foot roads, and I'm getting millings on these roads where, to me, if you have a road district, you're gonna wanna find out how to make a good road. Not that you're not doing anything bad, because you're not professional road diggers either, but if you're gonna spend money on a road district, just some word of advice, if you're gonna spend money on millings to pay extra, put some ditches on your roads because you need them in order for those roads to stay where they are, let alone not to erode or pay more money, because they won't stay like that, because we are South Dakota. And underneath those roads are gonna break apart pretty easy. In 2 years, I'll be surprised if your road looks that pretty unless you keep having to maintain it and maintain it and maintain it. But just a suggestion, not for these guys, but for your road, dig some roads and dig some culverts in there if you're maintaining those roads. It's going to be huge, even if you have grassy 4-foot, 3-foot ditches. It makes a huge difference on maintaining those roads and keeping those roads like they are.
Okay.
Deb,
Any more
may I
que-
respond to that?
Go ahead.
Just real quick. In defense of really the road district, this has got a pretty darn good crown on it. So it's dropping water. This is essentially a ditch.
Yes, but it goes
And
underneath. It'll erode underneath just from seeing the
Yep.
roads from the highway.
Yeah, so it's crowned really quite well. So they're not. I didn't see any evidence of drainage going necessarily down the road. So I think, from that respect, it's
Okay,
it's been working.
We're gonna go to Mr. Roskinek.
Say, Jim, what's the total length of that lot?
Approximately 1,100. Well, total road length.
Okay, so it's 1,100, and you're saying I'll be more than happy to do about 8 or 700 to that driveway. Coming from the north to the driveway, it'd be about 700, then the balance would be 420 that you stated.
What are we referring to? For widening, for the widening question?
If you widen to the 18 feet.
Yep.
You would be widening about 700 feet of road.
Yep.
Then the next 420, if you widen 18 feet, you're going to go down to 12.6 cattle guard. And so if we follow your recommendations today and where that cattle guard is, at some point in time, they widen that to 18 feet and they put the culverts in and stuff, then would you be agreeable to do the other 400 feet? So that would match their eight?
So that's a good question. So I think thinking that through, that would be on the property owner at that point, which would be the second lot. But here's the real answer to that. The road district has the power to assess. So if they decided to lengthen the road, they could say to that property owner, we're going to lengthen this, or excuse me, widen this to 18, and they could assess that guy and say, we're going to assess you for this 18, or that person. So that is in where they actually have the power to do that.
Okay.
Okay. We're all clear? Jim, do you have any final comments?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any more?
No.
It's all negative stuff, so I'm going to leave it alone.
I have one
Okay.
more question. Sorry.
Yeah, one
Lloyd.
more question.
I just had, so,
Let me look over here to make sure nobody else has. Okay.
okay, so just a question, and maybe Jim doesn't know. So I have millings on 330 feet, right? And then I have gravel on the rest. Can you're just gonna have them if we agree to 18 feet? How do you do that where you just say, okay, you're gonna mill it all, because we don't have that power supposedly, or if they have to tear up the road, or maybe they don't have to, they could just, well, they have to because of culverts and everything. They just gonna do it gravel?
You could, and then just come back with milling later.
So we make 18-foot gravel on that road even though they milled it, because they're gonna have to tear up the road. You guys understand that? They're gonna have to tear up that road. 18-foot gravel is what you said, Michelle, what we usually do. We don't usually make people mill the roads. We let the road districts do that. So we would have them tear up that road and put gravel 18 feet with culverts. We wouldn't have them mill it because we don't ever, you said to be fair, like we do to everybody else. That's what we do. So I guess if that's where we're going, I'm good with that. I mean, because it's gonna be gravel. Some of the driveways and stuff are gravel into these milled roads, which to me doesn't make sense either. Because if you're afraid of the dust, you should do your
I,
driveway, but.
just for clarification, I haven't seen any requirements. I mean, they were asking for 14 standards as far as culverts go, but I haven't seen anything that's requiring anything until they bring the plans back to widen the road, then they'd meet whatever requirements they need to meet.
Yeah,
You
just
know,
the
so,
ordinance 14 standards has the culverts with the 18
Yeah.
foot road. Yes, sir. Okay.
So if
Okay.
I do have one more comment on regards to that.
Do a little bit of clarification of what you're requesting.
So the road, here's the road, right? So let's say that's, just for sake of argument, my truck's 6'3", so let's just call it 14 feet, okay? So if we widen it to 18, we have to add 4 feet. We're not tearing the road apart, we're adding to it. We're not having to rebuild a road except for the part that we're widening. You know, we have to do that, and then that, wherever the culverts already exist, we'll have to widen those.
So how do you do that, Jim? How are you gonna do that 18 feet on that road right there? I mean, what is your plan? Because you can't, it doesn't seem like you can just add millings up to 18 feet for 330 and then go to,
Well, the reality of this road is, it is likely, and I'm not, is more like 14 feet. And in this area right here is gravel, and in this area right here is gravel, okay? So this millings is really just what you see here on top. But in terms of widening it, like in this particular section, it would be on this side. And it'll change throughout the run of this road, because here we have to take out about 4 or 5 trees to accomplish this. But to build that up and do that appropriately, and then move what is actually a ditch here, move it over, and then have to build, that up with a substrate. And as I meant, all I know is I had a contractor go out there and look at it and said,
okay.
what they can
I
do.
gotta say one comment. So we just did this on somebody's road that I just went on a different road yesterday, that they made it do 18 feet off a 12-foot road, then go off another maybe 12 or 14-foot road. I'll just say, because, the neighbors are like, that road's dangerous, or we can't do pullouts on it, we can't do stuff. What a disaster. So if roads are already built, to me, it's not common sense to start making things wider with ditches when they don't have them already. To me, it's almost like you're creating more issues just by common sense of saying you're gonna make this road 18 feet. I don't know if you guys went out there, but we have an issue that's coming next. It's 18 feet. Anybody go on that road? It goes to a 12. It looks like, you ever done what looks like not like the other, because the neighbors are mad, and I love the neighbors, take my word for it. I've talked to many of them. But then when I went out there with one of our planners, I go, this just looks wrong. It doesn't look like a safety factor. It looks more of a safety factor now than it did before. Because you have waterways on both sides that are about 12 feet into an 18-foot road. So in this case, you have no culverts. I don't know what the correct answer sometimes is, because we're listening to your neighbors, whether you like it or not. But we also understand it just doesn't make sense sometimes. Just because you're mad and you come in here mad that we should do an 18-foot road that goes into a whole lot of 12 and 16-foot road on a road district. You guys, we try to do the right decision, but it just all don't make sense sometimes. It just don't.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to start trying to get some action done here. I think we've had a lot.
That's gonna be.
Did you want me to clarify what we were asking for?
Yeah, I'm going to have you clarify real quick, Jim, what you were asking for, because we've heard what the road districts,
Yep.
what their request is. So I want to hear yours, then I'll go to Travis.
Okay.
I have one more speaker request for them. I'll let them speak their piece, and then I'm going to go to the commission and ask for a motion. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So once again, from the north, widening at 18 feet to and through the second driveway location, and also make that second driveway location wider from an approach standpoint, so that you don't just turn in, but you could pull off. Because it's that straightaway, if you remember, you could see somebody coming if you had to, that kind of thing.
And pull into the driveway.
Yep.
Okay.
And then that, just rough numbers, guys, is, that's about so it's about 400 feet back from the south property line would be where the south portion of that driveway approach would be. And that last 400 feet would be asked not to widen to 18 feet, both because of some topography issues and you're bottlenecking it into a 12-foot deal. So,
I get that.
if you're going to set somebody up for that, why don't you have them a place to exit or pull off to before you do that,
All right, thank you, Jim. Mr. Laster, did you have a question, Jim, or comment?
I was just gonna make a comment. It doesn't need Jim up there. That way he can go sit down if he wants. It doesn't need you up here. I was just gonna make a comment. All this conversation actually kind of makes me think that maybe we need to look at ordinance 14 and have a conversation with the highway department and figure out what we can do in situations like this. When a road's already been established, it's got a road district or whatever, even if it doesn't have a road district, doesn't make sense for us to take a 16-foot road, make a section of it turn into an 18 or a 24-foot road. I know we're trying to make them meet county standards and county ordinances, but there's got to be a little bit of way that we can kind of navigate through this so that we're not causing any particular hazards in the road area, or just, I don't know, I think it needs to be kind of hashed out with the department, with the highway department, of how we can navigate through this process a little bit better without some of the crazy changes that may seem like crazy changes. To us, it might sound like appropriate, but then when you get down into the weeds, it looks kind of, wow, this doesn't even seem like it would work the way we think it would.
I agree, that sounds like a good possibility, but roads are different throughout the county.
I think we should get on it soon.
I think we talked to Jim them about that. I got one more speaker request form before we go to the commission for, I have problems with people's handwriting. Joe? Is it torn out or? You've heard the discussion.
I have. Joe Turno, representing myself. I do have a question, and I think you summarized it quite well. What my understanding, and I want to know if my understanding is correct. We're here today to discuss their request for a variance.
Correct.
To allow 18 feet instead of 24, which is a requirement of their subdividing per ordinance 14. We did not ask for any of this. This is a consequence of their subdividing the parcel, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then we go to the request for the variance. They want 18 instead of 24, and they want to only go through the second approach of the new property. My opinion and request is 18 feet, that's fine. Please go the full length of your property as is required in Standard 14. We do our very best to build the road, and yes, there is, in those meeting minutes, you'll also see there's going to be ditch work this year as well. So there is a lot of conversation about millings and gravel, and it's like, that is the road district's purview. She is a member of the road district. We can have these meetings. She was invited to the annual meeting. We don't approve our annual meeting minutes until the next year, as most road districts. So we just want a compromise. And is that correct? Is the decision to be made here today whether or not you approve the variance? Can you straight up deny it, or can you approve it and require the whole north-south length of property? Is that, that's the decision today. Whether or not we have millings or gravel is not part of this decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you, Joe.
thank you.
Okay, I would look to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
I'm going to go ahead and approve subdivision regulations variance SV 23-1 with two conditions. And it says to state the reason, because I think Jim explained it fairly well. The topography down there is not conducive to doing an 18-foot road. And then when you get to the cattle guard, you're going from 18 foot to 12 feet. So I guess that's just common sense. I just don't understand that. So at what point in time where that cattle guard's 18 feet, then I can totally see, let's go to 18 feet. But at this point in time, I think it's a waste of money.
Okay, so your reason is topography. And there's a motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second by Mr. Drew for the motion. Any
Mis-
discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster.
That cattle guard, is that on the property line? Is that what I understood? So why would, I mean,
Hold on a sec.
widen it to 18 all the way up to the cattle guard? Maybe I'm just missing something.
The cattle guard is on this adjacent property. Our property line is before it.
Okay, so it wouldn't even go to the cattle guard anyway. So maybe I'm missing what you're.
Well, it's right on the, I mean,
there.
it's
Right
an
there.
inch. Sorry. Is that answering your question?
Do you have an,
Maybe can he show me exactly where his motion is going to end the widening of the road?
Tell
Maybe
us
that would be
what
better.
your motion is. And are you doing the culverts? Widen it to 18 feet with no culverts? Or is that your other?
Well, my motion would be the two conditions, and one
Okay,
of those
thank you.
conditions was culverts.
Okay, thank you. You didn't state the other one.
Yeah.
Just making
Okay.
sure, Ron, please. Thank you.
so it's show them where,
Travis, you want to ask your question one more time?
All I just want to know is from his motion, where does Ron understand that road widening 18 ends where?
If it's what we were requesting, it's right to here, right?
That's what you were requesting, but what was Ron's motion?
My motion was Jim's going to go from the north boundary, he's going to go 700 feet south to a expanded driveway with culverts and widen the road to 18 feet. And then the next 400 feet, I would say until such time that that cattle guard is widened to 18 feet and the existing road's widened to 18 feet, that we just go ahead and allow the road in the as-is condition. Because it doesn't do a lot of good to have an 18-foot road and then go to a 12-foot cattle guard. It's a bottleneck.
second are okay with that? No, we've had enough discussion. We got to get through this motion first.
He initially said 18 feet, and the road district would be responsible for widening the cattle guard and making that 18 feet into whatever that is.
I didn't,
Well,
I didn't, no.
that was not the intent.
But the subdivision regulations.
Guys.
Hold on here. Let's,
Hold
hold on. We got a motion on the floor that I've given everybody ample time to speak. So we need to start working on this from up here. No.
No.
I'm willing to take that cattle guard back with you if you like to.
Guys, no.
No. So the motion on the floor, let's get a clarification.
I have to approve the variance with two conditions because of topography. I don't have the conditions listed but whatever the conditions were.
Right there.
The ditches and culverts be constructed to 14 standard and the road be widened to 18 foot. But the two conditions is the entire length of the subject property. That's the two conditions, but your caveat, Mr. Roskinek, is it goes to the,
Cattle guard.
well, the full length of the property is to the cattle guard.
I'm just saying the 400 feet from the driveway to the cattle guard to leave as is.
Okay, so he's talking about to the proposed turn-in, Deb, stops there, then that last 400 feet to the cattle guard stay as is until the road district could suggest that they widen.
Good question.
Ms. Hadcock.
Okay, so you're taking it from the top of the property down, not to the cattle guard, and the property they own, this lady, Miss
She
Argyle,
owns that property.
owns that property all the way to the cattle guard. So why aren't we having them do the last 400 feet? Because that road is all 16 till it gets to the cattle guard. So
Said because of bottleneck, that, I think what he's trying to say is they're widening that so they'd have a turn off and then leaving the 16, what I'm gathering is the 16 feet, the existing road as is till needed. If they widen the other half, then they would widen theirs.
Mr. Chair.
more of an issue. Go ahead.
Here, the problem with that is that if anybody down south of there decides to subdivide any of their property, then they're going to have to pick up from that 400 feet there And that's not what their responsibility should be. The
That'd be-
responsibility of the reg is that the length of the individual's
That'd be
property.
somebody else's
So,
property.
can I say something?
Cody.
So Coxsackie Environmental Planner, so it wouldn't actually be the responsibility of the person south. What you would be doing is you'd be going 18 feet wide, 16 feet into 18 feet.
Right.
Because we can only
Causing a
require
problem.
them to do the portion that's on their properties. So in the future, if someone subdivided farther south, you would have an 18-foot road go into a 16-foot road, go back into an 18-foot road.
Yeah, and if we want to avoid
So-
that, we need to fix it now.
To me, from listening to this, if you're gonna do the whole property,
Yes.
and then we're not coming back at a later date or putting restrictions on the other, at a later date, at a later commission. I'd rather have it dealt with now.
Sure.
But the motion on the floor, that wasn't the intent.
My motion would be number 2, to move to approve the subdivision variance as written, SV 23-01 with 2 conditions. And I had mentioned because that last 400 feet involves topography that would make that a very expensive road. And if that road went to when it got to that south boundary, it was 18 foot, I could totally see it. I would say, well, you're gonna have to do it. But if you're just going to a 12-foot cattle guard at this time, I just don't,
Okay.
I don't see why you need to do that.
Okay. So, Ms. Hadcock.
So I'm going to be up straight. I would leave it 16 feet, but I'd make them do the ditches and culverts on
Oh,
that
absolutely,
16 feet.
absolutely.
Instead of doing the 18. Because it doesn't make sense on this whole road to do, I know if they subdivide later and do all that stuff, but everybody on the frontage all the way to this property is already built. Looks like unless they subdivide there. Remember, there's a 1.8, there's a 5 acre, all that, until you go south. So we're gonna go from a 16-foot road to an 18-foot road. Then we're gonna go back to a 12-foot road or a 16-foot road. That's bad planning, and it doesn't make sense. To me, the main issue I'm saying with this whole road is the culverts and the ditches. The road seems to be and is built in 2022, or the millings were in 2022, but I'd like to see some of the conditions of the road in between with no culverts or no ditches. So to me, leave it to 16 feet. Put the culverts, make them do the culverts and the ditches. And make it safe, make it the same. And then when they all decide to do 18 feet on this road, then they charge the people on this whole road district to widen their whole road. Everybody should have to pay to make it an 18-foot road, and then maybe they'll learn something when they put those culverts and those ditches in there by ordinance 14 standards, and maybe they'll do that as well. So to me, it's nonsense to take a road from 16 to 12, and it's already developed up until there. You're creating more of a safety factor on an 18-foot road into a 12-foot road, and it just, I'm telling you this because you gotta go see when you go into the Forest Service land, when we went on this other one, okay, let's talk Klondike Road. 12-foot road, that road's horrible right now anyway. Then you go into a 12 to 14-foot road, and then you have, the safety factor to me was the water. Then when we were supposed to do the cutouts, well, they ended up doing cutouts and probably shouldn't have. So it made the road so people could pull over on these properties. So then we made an 18-foot road. And if you look at it, it looks not right. It looks, we made somebody do an 18-foot road because we listened to the neighbors. And I did too. And we decided that the road was going to be an issue. To me right now, that road's a bigger issue on that 18-foot road, kind of like we're doing here, instead of leaving the road as is. And when everybody decides to do the same thing at 18 feet in a road district, I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you.
They're not.
Is there, right now, we know what the motion on the floor is. The motion on the floor is to approve with the 2 conditions, and that is the ditches and culverts be constructed to ordinance 14 standard, and the road be widened 18 feet for about approximate 400 feet till the turn off of the second residence is what I believe the motion is.
So I have that the road be widened to 18 feet from the north property line to 700 feet south.
700, okay, 700 feet south. So that is the motion on the floor.
Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, Mr. Laster.
Substitute motion to approve the subdivision regulation variance SV 2301 with the two conditions that staff listed in our packet. That the ditches and culverts be constructed at ordinance 14 standards, and the road be widened to 18 feet for the entire length of the subject property. And if I get a second, I'd like to speak.
Second for discussion.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to approve the full length of the subject's property with the 14 standards. Mr. Laster.
I understand what Commissioner Hadcock is saying, and I agree that there's a problem, and we've got to fix that problem. And I think we can only do that if we sit down with Highway Department and Planning and Zoning and figure out what the fix is long-term. But on this property, before we put anything into writing of how we're going to do this, then what we've done is we're going to change the way we're doing it, that we've been doing other 18-foot variances. We've made other 18-foot variances throughout the county, and now all of a sudden we're doing this one, and I get it, I understand it, but it'll actually probably force the road district to fix that road and make it appropriate all the way through as they start getting ready to do their next round of road repairs. And so this kind of jump starts that aspect of it, but that's not the intent. The intent is that we meet our ordinance 14 standards, which is typically either 18 or 24. We go less than that, I think we're not doing ourselves right because we haven't done that for any other entity that has come up here and asked for the variances. We've always stuck to that 18. That was what we said is the minimum that we're willing to do, and we haven't gone below that unless anybody can tell me that we've done that in the last several years that I've been up here. I think that's what our rock bottom standard has been. If we go below that now, then we're kind of setting a new standard, and I don't want us to do that if we're going to try to fix the problem going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Laster. And I just want to make a comment to the folks out there. The reason why the commission needs to discuss this, that's why I shut you guys down, not because we haven't heard anything more. We've taken over an hour and a half of comment from the public, and the commission needs to work on this. So I just want to hope you understand. Okay.
Chair.
Okay.
You know, what makes this complicated is, are we really looking at where things are going in the future? Now, if that was a through road and it actually went someplace and it was a corridor, I could understand that. It goes, how far it dead ends. So now, at such time, when the density down there dictates that we need to widen the road, then I'm fine with it. But right now, I'm not even in agreement with 18 foot. I think we ought to just leave it the way it is.
Okay. Any further discussion before we go to a vote? Seeing none?
On the substitute.
On the substitute. Kara, I think we need to do roll call.
Okay. Hadcock?
Aye.
Ross Connect?
No.
Drews?
No.
Did you say no?
Oh, sorry.
Lassiter?
Aye.
LaCroix?
Aye. Motion fails. You have to have 4 out of the 5. So that brings us back to the original motion. The original motion is the 700 feet. Could you read that off, please?
That the road be widened to 18 feet from the north property line to 700 feet south.
Okay, so that's the original motion.
So Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
here's the issue. If you're not doing 16, then you might as well do 18 and you might as well do the full road. And why I say that is because to do a piece of it and have somebody else do the other later, the safety factor is if you're doing 18 feet, do the whole road. Don't just do 700 feet. I understand what Jim's saying, but if you own the property the whole way, then the next person that comes in, we have them do the 18 feet. If it's subdivided, again, we just keep the 18 feet. The longer the 18 feet, the better. I'm just going to say that for safety factor, especially if it's to the cattle guard, because then it starts there. It doesn't start past that. You guys got to remember, there isn't any lights on these roads. So when you go 18 feet and you come down onto the south, you don't want a piece of it done, especially because how dark it is. Do the 18 feet for the safety factor of it. Just saying, the 730 feet, I understand what Jim's saying, but I'm also saying You're gonna subdivide. She's going to use it, one for VHR. I don't know if she's selling or doing whatever to the other one. If you're not going 16, which I think should be 16 with the culverts, because everything else is that way, doing a piece of the road at a certain amount, doesn't make sense to me either. Just do it all or at 18 or do it all at 16.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd offer a substitute motion to deny variance SV 23-1 without prejudice.
We have a motion to deny without prejudice.
Second.
And a second.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I would offer this only because I've listened to a lot of testimony, not only today, but before, and I still don't think that we're at a clear point of what really needs to be done there. And I think more time needs to be provided in order to come to some conclusion as to what we, the county, want, and also what avenues do the road district actually have.
I agree with you, Mr. Drew. I was going to keep doing motions till until we continue to deal with it. But I think the motion to deny without prejudice actually gives you a chance to bring it back and probably gives commissioners a little more chance. I do want to say, I think we give ample time to the residents. This has been a long drug out. I don't mean drug out, but very well discussed and debated situation. So I know the applicant's probably frustrated with this, but and probably the residents. But I think this is probably the way to go for right now because we've got a big agenda on our hands, and I think we need to get working with them others too. So I think this is a good motion to do.
So Chairman, Cody, what does deny without prejudice on this road district? They can't come back with the same proposal again, or what does that mean at
No,
this point?
they can. So they'd be able to come back with the same request. I believe what Commissioners Drews is kind of aiming for is for the applicant and the road district to work together to come to a compromise on how to build that road. Really, a denial without prejudice would still allow them to go through the plating process. They would just have to build the road to ordinance 14 standards of the 24-foot wide until they came back with the variance request.
That's a good motion because at this point, I think the 16-foot, either leave it or do the whole 18-foot, and I don't know. Here's the reasoning. I'm actually going to go out there with the highway department and have them tell me. They know better than me. Should we do 16? They're going to say, well, it should have been at 18. It should have been at 24. But at this point, so the neighbors know, because these guys do it out for a living. You guys don't do it. We don't do it for a living. And that's where I will find that my decision comes to a head, not because I like that person or that person. It's because it's going to be level-headed from somebody, like I tell people, someone smarter in the room than me that knows that that's the thing to do to that road. So I think that was a good motion, Mr. Drews, because that's kind of what I wanted to do, and I just didn't want to make everybody mad by doing a continuance because you all get mad at us. But we do our job, and Ross Connect does represent you. He's like us. We can't figure out how to make it right because we're not builders of the road. Anyway, no, we represent both sides. We just try to make a good decision for both sides, so.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to deny without prejudice.
Mr. Chair, the last thing I'm going to say is, what are we accomplishing by making that road any wider than it is today? What are we trying to do? What's going to happen different if that road was 18 foot opposed to 7 or 16 foot? That was my question.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, folks.
Ron, were you a yes on that last vote?
You're okay with deny without prejudice, yes.
Ready?
Sure. Item B.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Agenda item B is a subdivision regulations variance, SV 23-02, to waive the requirements to construct the road to ordinance 14 standards. The applicant and owner is Marjorie Helgeson, and the surveyor is Davis Engineering. This item was continued from from the May 2nd, 2023 meeting, and there is an agent from Davis Engineering here to speak if there are any questions. When considering variances, staff takes a two-pronged approach, and they are listed on the screen. There were not any special conditions to allow this variance, but the layout plan that came with this request does not propose any new lots are formed. The existing lots are just being reconfigured. So staff recommends denial of subdivision regulations variance SB 23-02, as there are no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of ordinance 14 standards.
Thank you, Megan. Does anybody have any questions of Megan?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskindek?
Okay, so if I get this straight, they've reconfigured some lots, but there's no more lots.
Yep.
So how many lots are there? 5?
I believe it's.
So this road services 5, and it's going to continue to service 5. I mean, I just don't see why we're making them widen it, because, I just common sense, I guess.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing something.
I would look for, is there any more questions or a motion?
I would move to approve subdivision regulations variance SB 23-02 because there's no additional lots being served from the existing road.
Have a motion.
Sorry.
And a second. Further discussion. I got a speaker request from Ron Davis, but I think he'd rather not speak.
You're ready to decide, that's fine.
Chairman, can I ask one question
Sure.
too? Okay. How big are those lots, those 5 lots?
They are.
Or 6 lots? It serves 6, it sounds.
Yeah. Ooh, I actually don't have the lot sizes for each one.
Do you have, Mr.
The-
Davis?
They're like 3 acres. 3 of them, let's see, 3 of them are 3 acres, 1 of them is 10 acres, and the other one's 50-some acres. That is.
Okay.
3 lots that are 3 acres were platted way back in the 60s. Same people still live there. So.
Okay. So here's the problem with that. We already know, when you have 10 acres and 3 acres, they can subdivide. So, Ron, I'm with you with the 6 properties, if that's all you could build, but you got 10-acre lots and 3-acre lots. We just discussed this. How far, if he had to build an 18-foot road, how far would he have to build it?
All the way through the property.
Which is how far?
I can take a quick measurement on Rapid Map, but I don't have the information right now.
I mean, roughly.
Because we keep saying that, if they're gonna subdivide, if they're gonna do stuff, then we're gonna do 18-foot roads. We're gonna do 14-foot roads to 18-foot roads.
Well, roughly, I believe it's longer than the Argyle Road. It is quite a bit of stretch.
Now you see where I'm going. So it's causing some major issues with us going from 14 and 12-foot roads and 16-foot roads and going into 18-foot roads and pieces and parts of it as 16-foot roads. Holy crap. So we're having neighbors get mad because we're not making them do ordinance 14 standards, but all the other neighbors have the same size road. Even if you did commercial on this property, you have all the other areas, whether bringing more people in or not. It's driving me absolutely nuts, and it has, but from the beginning. If we don't start with 18-foot roads, how do
They're
you?
just reconfiguring the lot lines now. If they decide to split those other ones, then I'd be absolutely support what you're saying.
Yes, but they also are on the other parcels, Lloyd, and we know this from city and county, that they're big parcels, and when they split, they're gonna say, you didn't make them do it. And that's how we ended up with the same thing we're at today with the 16-foot and the other roads.
Mr. Chair.
Are you done, Deb?
Yes.
My rebuttal is if one of those bigger lots they want to subdivide, then that's the time that you're going to sit there, change your density, then go ahead and do your ordinance 14. But this isn't changing density, so I don't see why we're making them go to, just because we're reconfiguring lots, Why would you make them go to ordinance 14 standards or variance thereof?
I think,
Such time somebody wants to divide those bigger lots, and that's the time that we should be looking at a different road conditions.
okay, anybody else got a comment?
My comments, probably that's the reason why we need to get with the highway department and start working on something.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion fails. Ron? Davis?
Tell us how big that road is, Ron. How much road would you have to increase to 18?
Is there any reason for discussion and you just?
It's,
I would have
we're,
said something had I known you were gonna
I apologize.
get into the discussion there, so.
We had a motion on the floor, looked like it was gonna go, but it's still not done, I don't think, so.
Needed 4 votes, so yeah, I got.
Yeah, we need 4 votes instead of 3.
I know you do that, so I would have said something, but.
No, go
this
right
whole-
ahead.
This whole thing, it started out with the neighbor out there, the guy on the kind of see where it says subject properties, the lower arrow is a long, narrow lot. He has a driveway that, his property line is right on the edge of his driveway. And he wanted to buy a half an acre right there just to make his driveway wider and work on the property. That's the whole thing, started this whole thing. And so we did the plat to give him a half an acre. The road is exactly the same. The people that live there are the same. The lady that owns the majority of the property is the chairman of the road district. They have no oppositions to this at all. Nobody, it's just as simple as can be. And I agree, there's a major problem with these old roads out in the county. There ought to be a highway department, maybe even bring some engineers in and get something done, because it's gonna go on forever. We know that. It's been going on for a long time, so. Is there any way, you've denied it, is there?
Well,
any-
what could happen, Ron, is one of the opposing parties could make a motion to reconsider.
So, Chairman, can I ask
Okay.
a question first? So is this parcel at the end of the road or the beginning of the road?
Very end of the road.
Okay,
Clear to
then I'll
south.
reconsider.
I have a motion to reconsider to reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from the other one. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So with that being said, I should have let him speak. My bad.
I think we're good.
So, I would think we need the previous motion before that if somebody wants to replace that. Restate that. Ron, would you like,
We have to reconsider it before we do, or
we're reconsidering it right now. Well,
Oh,
we
we have
just
to-
need a new motion.
we have to vote on that? Do we already?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So, you remember what your motion was, Ron?
Okay, so I'll go back. I go back a page. My motion was to approve subdivision regulations variance SV 23-02 because there's no change in density.
Second.
Motion's been
Second.
made and seconded.
Oh.
Any further discussion?
No, hopefully not.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for
I
reconsidering.
learned a lesson. I'll let you,
That was all of us. We probably should have
No
said
problem.
something.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
So this is
we're
the
gonna have
third
the whole
one for
crew
today.
today. So far, we've had Cody, Megan, Brittany.
We have another,
Yes, and this is another road subdivision regulation variance. So Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item C is subdivision regulations variance SV 23-04 for Par Properties LLC, Paul's Weffel, to waive the requirement to connect the road to ordinance 14 road standards. We take a two-prong approach when considering variances. Those prongs are on the screen. Staff did not find any special condition to excuse literal enforcement of the ordinance 14 standards, so staff is recommending denial. The request for this is they are requesting to subdivide this piece of property into approximately 3-acre lots. In the future agenda items, there is a request for a rezone and comprehensive plan amendment for this property. So this is part of the layout plan process is to consider the subdivision regulations variance. This property has received some opposition. We have received letters of opposition for this. This does go through one property to the north. It goes through the subject property. And then it does go through Forest Service Road and then into private property again. So this one is different than the other two that you guys have seen.
So part of it's Forest Service Road and then through another person's property and then.
Correct. It goes through a person's property first, then it goes through this property. Oops. Then it goes through Forest Service and then it goes back to private property. So if you see the colored, so the dark green is Forest Service and all the other colors are private property.
Chairman.
Well, Mr. Drews.
Go ahead.
Brittany, so the ones in blue, that was the ones that were, was that from a variance? How did they get to the
PUD.
3 acres?
It's a PUD. That was a PUD that was done, I want to say probably 25 years ago.
October 3rd, 2007.
Yeah, it was done quite a while ago, and I believe that they originally requested a residential zoning district. It was denied, and then they came back with a PUD for those. So that's where that PUD zoning came from.
So what's being requested today, is it different than what was, I mean, other than the fact it was called a PUD at that time?
No, the lot sizes aren't different. The only difference is that the PUD, all of those lots take access off of South Rochford Road versus Divide Road. That's really the only difference. The highway department did go out there and do some evaluations of the road, so you can generally see, what the road is and what the road conditions are. This is the entrance, off of South Rochford Road. Kind of through there and then to the Forest Service.
Got a follow-up, Gary?
No.
Next in line is Deb and then Ron.
Okay, so you enter this on what road and what width road? So you enter, go into this property with a 16-foot road?
Yep, to South Rochford Road. So this is, Josh from the highway department went out and took these photos and did this assessment.
This is South Rochford Road?
Right.
Well, that's not the South Rochford Road.
No, that's
just the driveway.
That's that's the entrance
Okay,
onto
and then
this.
and it's 14 feet or 16?
It's 14, it looks like it's 14 in front of the cattle guard and then 16.
That's county road at 14 feet?
No, none of this is county road, it's Divide Road. A portion of this is a private drive. It's a private road.
Okay, so pull up your picture, if we would, please, with the blue lots. Okay, so it starts where, Brittany? At the north end of this or the?
Right here.
Okay, so that's the what is the square?
That's the property in question.
Not the 3 lots?
Yeah, they want to subdivide this into 3 lots.
So what's the other 3 lots?
These are 3 lots that are off of Rochford Road.
And do those have what size?
They're about 3.5 acres. They're called lots or tracks 1 through 3.
Yeah, and it's South Rochford Road, which is the paved 24-foot wide road.
Okay, so that's 24, so those are fine. Those are on 24. And this, okay, so go in off Rochford and then tell me what that's Forest Service, that first piece, right?
This is Forest Service.
Okay.
And then this goes into private property.
Okay, but this is the property up here.
Right, this is the property. So it averages about 13.5 to 14 feet through here from the approach onto Rochford Road to here.
And he wants to do 3 lots on that?
Yes, he wants to do 3 lots.
So that should, since it's off a road, it should be the 18-foot feet with the culverts then, if that's where we're going, because it's the start of properties subdividing, guys, and That's where we're having problems, is we didn't start it from, and does he own the property at the top?
No.
So the only road that would be is right on his property should be the 18 feet.
It would be through these parcels. He does have to reconfigure this because there's access to this one that's part of the layout plan, but.
And
yes.
he's asking us for a variance on his own property?
To construct this because it's part of the subdivision requirements to subdivide this into 3 lots. Because right now this road just accesses this 1 lot and then it goes to Forest Service. He's asking to subdivide them into 3 lots. And in order for the subdivision to occur, he's also asking for a rezone to rural residential.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if we don't do these at 18 feet with culverts, we have 16-foot roads with no culverts. And we either can start, that's what I mean by starting. Once you have a road and it's a mile or 2 miles long, it's very hard to do anything. But to have lots, and they're making money off these lots, guys. You're getting 3 lots with an 18-foot road with culverts. That's what Travis, you said we were doing in the past. I truly believe that. Let's do it here, so maybe when somebody does it, or even them, they start making that road from the top to 18 feet to match this one, instead of go the opposite way. That's my food for thought.
Okay, Ron?
Yeah, I don't have if you're going to do 3 lots, I certainly don't think it warrants a 24-foot ordinance 14 road. I mean, by no means that. But that doesn't look like an extreme distance, and you're going to have 3 lots. The only thing is that you got the South Rochford Road, which is going to be paved in 2 years. And then you're going to that driveway. Then you're going to an 18-foot road with culverts and stuff. And then you're going to Forest Service. And when you get to Forest Service, it's going to probably be worse than that road. It's probably no more than a trail. So this is where it's just nothing's consistent, so.
Well, hopefully, if I could speak, hopefully, Ron, what the deal is, if you do the 18 feet, maybe someone will figure it out from Rochford Road to this road, that it should probably be 18 feet with culverts, because this is going to make the difference to show people what a road should look like with culverts, with ditches. And you could see, if not, it looks like this. And that
Okay.
has no culverts, no ditches, and no drainage.
Brittany, are they asking just to go from 24 feet to 18 feet? Is that what they're asking?
So just some history on this property. They're at a future agenda item. They're asking for rezone down to rural residential. The Planning Commission did deny without prejudice the rural residential because of the road width. So that's something also to consider. The applicant brought the subdivision regulation variance. He wanted to bring this in front to see what the commission would approve the road at, to see if he could get the zoning for the rural residential to go down to 3 lots. So it's kind of if the road has to be improved to 18 feet, will that allow him to get the rural residential zoning? So
Did you have a follow-up before I go to Mr. Drews?
Go ahead and go to Gary.
So from South Rochford Road to this property is Forest Service Road, correct?
No, it's private property.
Okay, and who owns that?
Oh, I have his name and I just totally.
Okay, but
It's
but that's
privately owned.
one person for that private property then?
Yeah, it's 1 lot.
Okay. Okay, that answers my question.
Okay, I tend to, I can go with the 18-foot, the previous one going from Rochford to there, I think if they decided to divide theirs, then they'd have to widen theirs. So I know this isn't what the applicant, what's on our agenda is denial, recommendation for denial from staff. But what I've heard is an option for 18-foot exception. So, but I have no motion on that.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Deb.
Okay, so my motion is ditches and culverts be constructed to ordinance 14 standards and the road be widened to 18 feet for the entire length of the subject property.
Okay,
You're approving it?
Yes, with approval.
so there's a motion and you still have to give a reason why.
I'll second that.
Because
Mr. Chair.
we believe in the future that the road above it should be 18 feet as well, so we're starting day, basically by our standards that we have done in the past, the 18-foot with the culverts.
Got anything simpler than that?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
I think she
Okay, I'm
didn't
trying to
get that. I don't know
clarify,
what.
or do you want to help clarify?
I need a clarification because I think when we do this, we still say that it has to be constructed to ordinance 14 standards, except that we're allowing them to do it at 18 feet wide. Is that correct? That way the road, the base
Said
and
the
all that.
culverts, the culverts.
Oh, we're just doing the culverts, not the road?
Yeah, the culverts and drainage
Are together.
are to be built at 14 standard, but the road width itself at 18.
Right. That's what I was getting at.
Kind of like our previous one where it said,
Because we've done.
Yep. Okay. I just making sure that we got the right stuff in there and that I was hearing it right. Okay.
Before.
okay,
So you're approving with two conditions then? Okay.
so the motion is for approval with those same two conditions, right, Deb?
Yes, with the.
Culverts and
18-foot.
18-foot. And I'm gonna let Kara figure out the,
I'll just have to get the conditions from you, Brittany.
okay. Any further discussion? Is the applicant here? I want to
He
make
ran
sure I
away.
don't pass up that again. Did you understand, you're the applicant, sir?
Applicant's agent.
Oh, you're the surveyor. So do you have any comments on this? Okay. So I'll go back to the board. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That was item C. We still got 5 more to do, don't we?
This is the last
I know.
variance.
I was just giving you.
Just the last board
We got
adjustment.
Megan back.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Agenda item D is a variance to reduce the setback to the southwest property line for a telecommunications tower. The applicant is Amco Developments LLC, and the landowner is Tom George Trust. When considering variances, staff takes a two-pronged approach, and they're listed on screen. There were not any special conditions to allow this variance, so staff recommends denial of variance BA 23-07, as there are no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance. But staff would also like to note that this request is only for the use on the property of the tower. It's not for the tower itself, if that makes sense.
Okay. I would go, is there any questions of Megan? from the
Mr. Chair.
commission? Mr. Roskinek.
I've had a lot of telephone calls and emails on this because it really involves safety and internet service, which there is none in this area to speak of. And so they're asking me as their commissioner to do everything I can to get this variance approved, just for, if anything, for safety. So that's my 2 cents on it.
All the calls I've gotten on this request have been in support of it, and I also
Okay.
had an email in support.
Okay, I'd go to the commission for a motion.
So Chairman,
Ms.
I'll
Hackett,
recommend approval, because it's something in Pennington County with the telecommunications stuff that we
for
need
public safety.
for public safety.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, Megan.
I'd look for motion to,
So moved.
Second.
it's moved and seconded to close Board of Adjustments, and I think the board probably needs a break.
Who would you? I make a motion,
Second.
please, 5 minutes. Sorry, Cody.
Thanks, Cody.
I think we missed that part.
Okay, we're ready to go. Cody, do we need to read this part that's in front now? Co-planning zoning? I'll go ahead and, no, you don't?
No, this one will be shorter if you don't.
Okay. Go ahead, Cody.
Okay, Cody Stack, environmental planner. Item E is Plan Unit Development Overlay PU 23-04. It's to allow Plan Unit Development Overlay for a specialty resort. The applicant and landowner is Limestone Creek Ranch LLC, Thomas Stowers. The applicant is actually requesting to withdraw this application with, and the Planning Commission also approved to withdraw the application. So staff's going to recommend to withdraw the application of Plan Unit Development PU 23-04.
So moved.
To approve the withdrawal of the plan unit development overlay, PU 23-04.
Moved by Mr. Drew, seconded by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
And then item F is the request for release surety for the letter of credit for Ryan Caskey. Staff is going to recommend to continue this to the June 6, 2023 meeting. Highway Department did go out there. The road looks okay, but there's some erosion and sediment control issues, so we want to address that with Mr. Caskey. It just happened that the highway went out after this weekend, so.
To
Chair.
continue till
Okay.
June 6th.
Second.
June 6th, yes.
Motion by Hadcock to continue to 6/6, seconded by Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Item G.
Item G is public hearing of comprehensive plan amendment CA 23-02 for Park Properties LLC, Paul Zweffel, and all aspects as the agent is to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from ranchette district to rural residential district. And this property is the one that we discussed earlier with the subdivision regulation variance for the road. He is requesting to change this from rural to rural residential district to plat these into 3 lots. The Planning Commission did recommend it tonight without prejudice, comprehensive plan amendment CA 23-02, due to the lack of road improvements, but with the subdivision regulation variance that could.
So we could move for approval?
Correct.
Since we changed the road, we fixed
Yeah.
it.
Correct.
I'd make that motion.
Second.
Moved by Drews and seconded by Lassiter to approve. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item H is public hearing of rezone RZ 23-03 for Park Properties LLC, Paul Zweffel, all aspects as the agent, to rezone from agriculture district to rural residential district. And since the comprehensive plan amendment was changed from ranchette district to rural residential district, would be in harmony with the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission did recommend it tonight without prejudice due to the road improvements, but since the comprehensive plan amendment was just approved, it would be in harmony.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve this also.
Second.
Moved by Drews and seconded by Lassiter for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Megan.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Agenda item I is a major planned unit development amendment to amend an existing planned unit development to allow for a telecommunication tower. The applicant is Anco Developments LLC. The request, again, is not for the telecommunication tower itself. That will need a telecommunication tower permit that will go through the Planning Commission. This is just to allow the tower within the planned unit development.
Okay.
And staff recommends approval of the major planned unit development amendment PU 23-03 with Planning Commission's concurrence.
So that would be with the 6 conditions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion or questions for Megan? I'd look for a motion.
Move to approve major
Second.
plan unit
Second.
development overlay amendment PU 23-05 with 6 conditions.
Okay. I heard a motion from Ross Connect and a second from Drews with a double second from Hancock. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. This brings us up to item J.
Cody, can I ask a question, Chair?
Ms. Hadcock.
You have Planning Commission, not staff, never mind.
Okay.
Said deny, not staff. Staff recommends approval. Okay.
Okay, we're coming up to item J, and this has been on our agenda several times in the last year and a half, 2 years. So I've got several speaker request forms. Just before we start, I want to come to the commission and know, how do you want to proceed with these speaker requests? Do we want to limit it to 2 minutes per speaker? Do we want to just move forward? How would you like to do this?
Mr. Chair.
I wouldn't ask this if it hadn't been up in front of us so many times and we've had so much information. That's the reason why I'm asking you right now.
I would suggest 2 minutes, because we've heard so much testimony from both sides, and I think all I need today is just a refresher.
Okay, anybody else with any?
I agree with that.
Okay, so for the speaker requests that I do have, we are going to limit it to 2 minutes per person. And from that point on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Cody present. I'll take the speakers as they are presented to me. I'll go in the order, and then I'll let the applicant go final. Is the commission okay with that process? Okay, Cody.
Cody Sacker, environmental planner. So item J is major planning and development overlay amendment PU 23-02. It's to amend an existing planning and development overlay to allow a specialty resort. The applicant and landowner is Katie Smirnova and Brett Wallfish. Location of the property is 13271 Klondike Road. So this, as Commissioner LaCroix mentioned, has been in front of you quite a bit over the last couple months. Some of the big changes that have come out since in the last couple months are the state recognizes anything that sleeps more than 10 people as a specialty resort bed and breakfast. So that's the change when you see specialty resort. It's the same request that the applicants are requesting. It's just a change in the name. One of the big things in your packet, I believe it's on page 10, just right after the staff report, is a chart of what they originally requested, what was approved by the board, what they amended in their request, and a proposed compromise by the Rushmore Music Festival. And I believe that the neighbors are just requesting that it just stay the same of what has already been approved by the board. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this with conditions. Staff did add one condition though, because it came to staff's attention about a library. So the condition would read that the library only be used by the owner and participants of the Rushmore Music Festival.
So that would be stipulation number 29?
It'd be number 30 on,
30.
There's one condition on the
Oh,
next
my.
page that didn't quite fit.
Okay, so it would be condition number 30.
And I should actually state too that the road has been completed minus the vegetation, which is going to take some time. Staff did do a site visit yesterday and today, and some of the culverts were pretty sedimented in. So staff has contacted the applicants and told them that they need to do some riprap and some sediment control. So they are aware of that. One thing to note, their engineer did sign off, and I talked to the engineer this morning. Everything was built to specs. However, there are a few portions of the road where they could not get to that 18 feet wide. So there is like one section at a culvert that's approximately 15 or 16 and one that is 17. But the majority is 18 feet wide.
Okay, so Cody, this comes to us with the recommendation from the planning commission to deny without prejudice. And the staff's went through everything, and staff's recommendation is approval with the 30 conditions.
Correct, and I believe some of the amendments or compromise that the applicants are proposing aren't included in those conditions yet. Staff had just kept the staff report the same from what the planning commission saw. So if the board wants to, I don't want to say negotiate, but if the board's willing to go with one number over what was proposed, we would just have to go through that condition and change some of
Okay,
those.
and that's on page, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the applicants to come up here first, because I think we need to go through that so we know what we're all talking about first.
Mr. Chair, that's a good point, because there's a couple of things that I want to clarify based on what's sitting right before me in the request versus what's in the chart, because some of the numbers look like they're contradictory, so. Yeah.
Okay, so are the applicants, I'll give you a chance to talk at the end after I'll give you 2 minutes at the end of the beginning too, but I think the commission and the people in the audience need to know exactly what changes and proposals are being set forth.
So the chart that I'm referencing is this chart right here, just in case you can't find it in your packet.
Katie, do you have the chart?
I have it right here.
Oh, okay, you can tell us what you have now, going through it, if you would.
Yes.
Yeah, so with regard to the music camp and festival, we're requesting up to 30 people on the property, which would match what our septic was sized for. For concerts, recitals, events, we're asking for up to 50 people, only once a week during the time of the festival. So right now we're 6 weeks, so we're asking for 6 of those. For specialty resort, we're asking for up to 10 bedrooms, which is up to 20 people, and that is outlined by the state of South Dakota. So we're just matching their requirements. And then for practice sheds or cabins, this is where our students just play in the morning, rehearse. We're asking for up to 10 of those.
And those 10 are also supposed to be removed if the property ever gets sold. Am I correct? That's
Yes.
another one of the
Yep.
stipulations.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any questions for the changes from the commission?
Mr. Chair, I just want to make
Mr.
sure.
Lester.
So essentially what you're asking for is that middle column. Is that what I'm seeing on that chart? I just want to make sure.
The last column, ideally, and then the one second to last is very similar. It's the compromise, I guess. I don't know. I should ask Cody. So what's the one in the?
I just want to make sure because some of those numbers aren't jiving with what I'm understanding.
So Cody Sacramento Planner. So I'll explain this chart. So this was the original request that they came in with last year. This is what was approved by the board on June 10th, 2022. Yeah. This is what they came in and requested earlier this year, which is what we first saw. And then after there was a meeting with some of the neighbors and some of the commissioners, this was proposed as well. If this doesn't appeal to the board of commissioners, this was like a compromise. And then the neighbors just wish to have it remain the same of what was approved.
Original.
So which one's in front of us right now?
So the amendment, everything that you'll see in the conditions is this request right here. So there's a total, I believe, of 8 or 10 total. I think they wanted 8 recitals and then 2 fundraiser concerts. So there's 10 and it says 1 per month.
Cody, in mine, it says, item number 4, there'll be no more than 10 events per calendar year. That's the reason why I'm kind of clarifying, because I don't want us to be going on a assumption that it's 10 as it's written, but 8 in the chart. 100 individuals at the event, whenever that chart says for 50, 20 guests, but then we're saying 25. You see what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, so I think this chart for the concerts and recitals was specifically for the concerts that were held during the actual 6-week class plus the additional 2-week winter class that they're proposing, which would be 8, and then they were proposing 2 additional fundraiser concerts throughout the year.
So can I ask, it's 8 weeks with up to 50 people, and then the other 2 are the events that are 100 people, am I correct?
That's the ideal circumstance.
Okay.
So it's the amended request from February 13th, 2023. That's what was the original. What you're proposing is the March 23rd. Am I correct? The second to last column?
So the third column is what you see in, so the amended request February 13th, 2023 is what kicked this amendment off. That's what they're proposing for their amendment. If the board wasn't comfortable with granting everything in that amendment of what they were requesting, they proposed that 4th column. So if they don't get all 8 or 10 concerts, they want the 6 concerts of 25 people.
Okay, that's not the only difference between those two is number of concerts, recitals 6 and half the number of attendees.
Correct.
And that's what you guys are comfortable with? No, or you want the 8 with the 50?
I mean, ideally, if we could have 8, that would be wonderful. We're hoping for one weekly event where the families of our students and our friends can come. So we're leaving this one up to you, but we would love to have the 8 and the 50.
Okay, so that's your recommend, but if that doesn't work, you'd settle for the
6 and 25.
6 and 25.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify for the commission.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
can I ask the staff, did you guys, here's why I'm asking this. The specialty resorts that we have approved so far are 9 of them. They aren't even close to 30 conditions, and they do not have all these stipulations. And why I'm saying that is that's why we went to specialty resort, which at that time, they wouldn't probably have to have done the road and some other stuff because, I don't know why we ended up doing a PUD. But, do you have the chart of the 9 others that we have, Cody, approved in the last year or two, in the last 2 years?
I don't have it pulled up. That chart was actually created by the applicants.
They
So
looked them all up? You guys looked up all those?
They did a records request, and I sent them the. They were looking for the number and the date that went, and they did all the
Okay,
research.
so what I asked you, that wasn't from your staff, that, you guys actually did the homework on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
We got all the numbers and the dates and everything, and then we put all the information together.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I think the reason why it went from PUD to specialty resort is whenever they decided to change it to specialty resort, it was based on a question that I had asked staff about where is there a limit to considering it a hotel based on the number of individuals staying there, and then whenever they came back from that question is what they determined it had to be a specialty resort.
Yes.
but they told us at the beginning that it was gonna be 10 bedrooms. So what I'm saying, is then we should have stayed at the specialty resort based on the information like we had. Here's why I'm saying this, guys, because the other specialty resorts that we have approved, have up to 200 people. They have these same stipulations, to be fair to these guys. And, we have, been bringing these through the ringer for at least 3 or 4 times. And for me, if you look at the specialty resorts, which sorry, I didn't bring the chart, I just looked at it. I thought the staff had it. So, these conditions, or these things that they're asking today, are actually less than in some areas instead of more than. And a lot of it's based on, even with the 10 bedrooms, state law. So, again, they're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. And they also improved the road, which, most of those specialty resorts I looked at, none of them improved the roads. So,
Okay, we're going to get back on the structure of how we set it up. Do you have one last comment before?
Yeah, so I was just going to kind of clarify what Deb said. So the reason why it was a PUD is in our ordinance, if you are requiring more than 2 conditional use permits, you can go into a planned unit development overlay, and that's what they did originally. So it's the same request. The only reason why it's being called a specialty resort is, as Commissioner Hadcock brought up, state statute calls it anything over between 10 and 20 people a specialty resort bed and breakfast. So we're trying to match what the license that they would get from the state. So that's why it's called a specialty resort.
We're trying to get where they're coming from, so I think we got the information of what you guys are going for. And I'm going to go to public comment, and then I'll let the applicants come up and speak their piece after that. I think that's the fair way to go. We're going to start public comment. And as the commission just stated, we're going to go with a 2-minute time limit. And I am going to take them as in the order that I received them. So the first one I do have is Craig Osborne.
Can I go later?
No, I'm taking them as they're given. Sorry, sir. I got to put some structure into the meeting.
Yeah.
we're structuring you.
Okay, my name's Craig Osmond. I live at 13288 Klondike Road. I'm not in favor of having all the people come in to the specialty resort. I think it's more commercial property. It's surrounded by all private property. You have to get to their property from private property. Our main speaker that we were going to have is gone. They couldn't get away for today's meeting. So I just hope you guys go. I saw an email from Ron, I think it was about a year ago, that said you guys were talking about this and you were in denial, or not a denial, you were not going to approve it. I hope you guys can stick with us and help us out a little bit. And also, I don't know if I should say this or not, but I'm gonna say it. The word on the street is somebody in the commission or the city or somebody had a student or a family member go through the music camp. I don't know if that's true or false.
Well, sorry, sir, I mean,
Well, I don't know if it would sway anybody's,
no, we could all make accusations, and it's kind of unfair to do in a public meeting, so unless you got the facts.
that's why I said it's word on the street, so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay,
I'll just remind everybody that that is 2-minute time limit, and I'm going in the order that I got them. Zach? Can't read your handwriting, Zach.
Sorry, Zach Haig.
Hey, that's what I thought.
And I've been up here multiple times.
Yes.
Neighbor, resident of Klondike Road. Didn't prepare much, so I will be quick. I just want to, since the last meeting, this has come up where we need to return this as a resort, which I kind of just think, had we had that knowledge at the beginning, it may or may not. I think have changed things. That's the question you have to ask yourselves. If we come in and say, hey, we're going to cross 3 personal properties here to put in a resort, is that something we're going to do? Maybe that changes things from the get-go. Maybe it doesn't. But as you said, planning and zoning has already voted this down multiple times. The other thing I wanted to ask if staff could possibly clarify, and Trudy Brassfield did a lot of research on this, and she's not able to be here today because they are busy with calving. But I talked to her at length kind of about the process of the building permit. So the permit for the house and the 2 A-frames, as I understand it, was approved because of the breezeway connecting the property, so those structures. So that means one structure. To do a specialty resort, as Trudy was explaining it to me, those can no longer be connected. So the reason they were approved in the first place is that we're calling it one structure on 10 acres of agricultural land. And if you leave it as is, that's not allowed for a specialty resort. So maybe that can be addressed here after I'm done speaking. Commissioner Hadcock, you had mentioned, I assumed you were talking about our road in the last meeting. And I did want to say, we didn't want our road changed. We didn't want our road widened. If you remember, a year and a half ago, the fire marshal said you can't do this unless you widen the road. So it was a requirement that they have to do that from the commission.
Thanks, Zach. Did anybody want to respond to that question that he had? I'll let Cody, I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, so Cody Sack, environmental planner. Specialty resorts allow rental cabins. So those A-frames, if they're not connected, would be considered rental cabins. There's no kitchen or anything in them. They're just three or 4 bedrooms, I think 4 bedrooms and a living room, and I believe there's a gym in the bottom floor. So they are allowed to have them if the specialty resort is approved. If the specialty resort, if this amendment's not approved, then the A-frames would actually have to be connected to the house.
Okay, thank you, Cody. And at any time, Zach, you can go up to the planning department and ask questions, make an appointment if you need to.
But yeah, if they're not going to connect them, then how is their original permit still good?
Cody.
So Cody Sack, environmental planner, they would have to amend their building permit, but it wouldn't make any sense to amend the building permit until after this was approved, because if this wasn't approved, then their original building permit would still stand.
Okay. Thank you, Zach.
Doesn't seem right to me.
Mr. Chair, Zach, out of the options up there, which one would you and your neighbors prefer?
So this has always been about, or has been made about the music, and that's what I would go with. Do what you want for your music festival for the kids. That's the passion. What I don't want is the neighborhood to be overrun by 20 people every day for the resort. So make it about what it's been focused on the whole time, which is the kids in the resort, and no Airbnb, no bed and breakfast, no resort. That's what I want, and that's what the neighbors have said.
Is that option up there?
That's not that up there.
Okay.
Thank you, Zach.
That's what we said at the.
No, I remember.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I
next,
state what we're talking about, because not everybody was there? So you requested that we have a meeting with the neighbors and with Brett and Katie. Katie was the only one able to be there, but at the conclusion of that 2-hour meeting, Commissioner Lassiter, Commissioner Ross Connect were there. The neighbors said, do what you want for your music festival. We just don't want an Airbnb. We don't want the tourists.
okay, thank you, Zach. Next is, I can't read the first, I don't know if that's Lisa or it's Walter, last name's Walter. She had to leave? Okay. Next, I have an Asher Burke.
He also had to leave. He took time off of school and then he had to go back to his class.
Okay.
He might be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay. This one's Anja C. Did I get that right, or did I mispronounce that? I'm sure I probably did.
That's all right. I'm Enya Garley,
Okay.
concerned citizen. Hi, and I'm just back to kind of talk about the same thing. My big issue, I guess, is personal property rights and, being allowed to do what is legal on your property. And I feel like Kitty and Brett have kind of jumped through all the hoops to do everything that's been required of them from the staff, from you guys. And it seems like there comes a point where, once everything is above board, everything's happened like they're supposed to, and it's legal, that should be allowed. It seems to not make sense to me that we're going to continue to find reasons to not allow it just because there are people who don't want it. And, when it's personal property, we have a right to do some things even if our neighbors might not love it. That's kind of, unfortunately, and fortunately, depends on which side you're on, right? The thing that is about America, we have the freedom to do that kind of thing. And so, I think of even this, eight times a year with 50 people, if my family, we're 7 in our family, and my parents are there, that's 9. So if we have a birthday party for each of us, and that's 50 people, 9 times a year that show up at my house, it's not a lot. It's not a lot, and it's not overwhelming to a neighborhood or anything like that. So those are just reminders, and appreciate you guys looking into this, and just, I believe that the right thing is to allow this and just to go on with it. They're not asking for unusual things. People have bed and breakfasts all over the place, and it doesn't overrun a neighborhood to have somebody come in occasionally. Thanks.
Thank you. Bill Evans.
Out just for a few minutes. He's getting back to it.
Stacy Potter. And I am getting these as order they're coming in, but I don't know if they're for or against. There's nothing on there.
Oh, I'm for. A lot of you might know who I am. I'm a musician here in the Black Hills. My family has had the privilege of being in music in the Black Hills since the 80s. My mother-in-law was privileged to be inducted into the South Dakota Country Music Hall of Fame. That thought does bring me back to Brett and Katie and what they're striving to bring to our community. The arts are very, very important, and I feel that we are increasingly in danger of losing them. Rushmore Music Festival offers a means of preserving and perpetuating classical music for both the audience and the performer. I happen to also be a classically trained pianist. My life would have probably been quite a bit different if I hadn't had a car accident when I was in college. They're very active in finding other ways, aside from at their venue, to do this music. They received a $100,000 grant to do what they call the Beto Van. It's a mobile stage that they're working on bringing to the community. I think it's important to note that they are also themselves musicians, and we all know that musicians are broke. We don't make money. And our Constitution guarantees us a fundamental human right to earn a living and enjoy the fruits of your labor. And to my understanding, what Brett and Katie are asking for in order to make their living, not just by their music, which they bring for free, basically, especially to the kids for their festival, it's permissible under the ag zoning with a conditional permit. And I would urge the city council to approve their way of making a living and allow them to continue to bring music and arts to our community. Thank you very much.
Just clarification, we're a county commission.
Oh, my apologies.
It's okay.
Thank you.
We don't mind.
The last one that I have is Megan Hagel.
Hello, my name is Megan Hagel. I'm a former student of the Rushmore Music Festival. I'll keep this super short. The faculty at this festival showed me what an education and career in music can look like. And I'm now in my junior year of my bachelor's degree in child performance at a school down in Florida. I get to work with world-class performers and teachers daily. And I've gotten professional performance opportunities and jobs to help fund an instrument upgrade my education, things like that, all because of the experiences I had at this festival. Each year that I studied there, I also received a partial or full tuition scholarship to attend, and I'm far from the only one. I understand that the amazing things Brett and Katie do for their students are not what's being put up for question today. However, the decision made today affects future students receiving similar opportunities to what I had. The money that they make through their specialty resort is a big part of keeping the festival tuition free. Passing their request today will allow students, many local like me, to have this unique, life-changing opportunity at an affordable cost, which I hope is taken into consideration.
Thank you, Megan. That concludes my speaker request forms. And so I think what's before us is, like it's been presented, we've seen this several times, and each commissioner's had several site visits and discussions and even special meetings on this. So this is nothing new to this commission. So I don't want to think that anybody thinks that we're taking this lightly. We have not. To have a special meeting, as Travis and Mr. Roskinick have done, was trying to take some public comment to you. So I think this comes before this commission with three possibilities. Number one is the planning commission's recommendation is to deny without prejudice. The second motion that could possibly be is staff's recommendations with the amended request from February 13th, 2023. That was the original ones that we just heard before the meeting, before this item came up. And a compromise one was the March 23rd, 2023 possibility. So those are three motions I looked to, that could be put on this floor.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
So, that was in our packet. Remember the specialty resorts and stuff? So I thought it was just sent to me. Katie, it's in our packet. So, when I was talking about specialty resorts and ag, I encourage the commission to look of what we have as 200 small gatherings, similar nature. You have an ag, 11 acres, and that one was, I don't know if that was, how many acres was it? I didn't see the acreage. On
What
the
page is that on?
It is in your packet, probably about a third right after, let's see if the conditions, after the pictures of the road. At the first part, Travis, right after your chart of column labels, denied without prejudice, grand totals. We have not in ag. I see, unless it was a major rezone, we have not denied them. So I would encourage the commission to look at this chart and see that we have approved not only higher densities of specialty resorts or PUDs in different areas, and it's Gillette Prairie, Slate Prairie, it's Songbird Road. I see that this is not any different than the other, and why I say that is because, that's why I said specialty resort, is if they're having 10 people by state law, 10 rooms with 20 people, that's state law. So they followed the state law on that one. And then the road was my big issue, and people knew that, even the neighbors. The road was the issue with the safety factor. And then when I went out there, I go, okay, thinking about it and saying, if these were my kids and they were doing a business, or we're not calling it a business, a specialty resort, would I shut them down? And good things that were said today, which made me think again, if you're having a birthday party at your house and you only have 3 bedrooms, or you have different events, is it usually 20 people? Is it usually 10 people? In my family, there's 11 kids. You could have up to 100 people pretty easy. So to limit them based on that, the neighbors, if there's 7 places and they kept having birthday parties and they had events at their houses, they would have that many events as well and do the same thing to the road. So in fair and just, I didn't see anything they were asking at this point was anything different than what we've approved before, except we made them do a road, and that they're following state law. They followed every rule and regulations, and we were the one limiting people, which now I don't agree with. Because after seeing the other ones, and we follow the rules and regs, and we want to be fair and just to everybody, and I appreciate the neighbors and property. You already know property rights, but this is 17 acres. This is not a 3-acre parcel. This is not a 2-acre. This is not suburban residential. This is 17 acres with this many people. How many people have you had at your house on a 1/2 acre? I don't know mine, about a 1/4 acre. How many have you had at your place for birthday parties or other things? I've had at least 3 with at least over 50 people a year. And the neighbors, and we don't have a lot of places to park, and he does, it hasn't caused due stress to anybody. I didn't notice that my road's already in bad condition anyway, but I just, to be fair, to do what we do by law and not by emotion, I think what they're asking is not out of line with the 10 cabins, with the 50 people for the 50 people up to 8 weeks, and then the 2 ones for a year for 100 people. And that's not saying they're going to do that. That's not saying they're going to do that, because I'm finding when I'm asking other people, and I did ask Bill Evans, they're having a lot of their events in town. And they're not using their place as much as they thought. This is just a guesstimate because they had to tell us what was going on. So I asked another city council person that's also a music person, because I didn't know all this stuff. So in full discretion, or however you say that, I visited with him about it, and he changed my mind because it made sense. And because he also read this packet and said, those areas have ag, those areas have the same thing, and that's not even music. They are having liquor and different things at those specialty resorts. This one, I don't know if they're having wine or beer or what they're having, but they actually say at those other specialty resorts, they have bars and different stuff. Then I think it's a safety factor on the road. Then I think there's some major issues. But at this point, I'm in agreement with the staff amended requests and what staff is recommending today, based on all the information and talking to a music person face to face instead of on dais, of what really all this means. And bottom line is, I'm for this with the staff amended requests.
Thank you, Deb. And I'm going to put a little structure on this too. I think I'm going to give each commissioner an opportunity to speak that wants to speak before a speaker speaks the second time, just to be, so that we have some structure up here also. So with that, I'm going to open it up for any more. And then after I give you that opportunity to speak, if some of you don't want to, that's fine, but then after that, I'm going to come back to this commission and request some type of motion put on the floor. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion from the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinet.
Well, this is where I'm at. After, 2 years of testimony, I'm for leaving it the way it is for 2 years. Let both groups mend fences. And in 2 years, if they think we're ready to take it to the next step, then I can probably agree with some of these options. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I'm not any different than Commissioner Roskinek. In fact, at the last meeting a couple months ago, and I met with Katie and Brett relative to this, this is what I expressed to them, is I would like to see them operate as they are for the time period, and to be able to prove that this is going to work out for all concerned. I don't know if that will satisfy neighbors either. At this point in time, I would say that my opinion is that what's been approved currently should be tried for an extended period of time to show that that can work.
Thank you, Mr. Laster.
Mr. Chair, we've heard a lot about this, and I think I've spoken on this many a time. So land is ag. Ag has things you can do on it and that are allowed on it, and they're not asking something that's out of the ordinary. In fact, I know the neighbors keep talking about, well, it may be ag, but it's a residential neighborhood. Actually, with a residential neighborhood, you can actually have an Airbnb in the residential neighborhood as well. So do you want the Airbnb in there if it's considered residential? But you don't want the Airbnb there, but you want it yourselves to be considered residential. I'm a firm believer of being able to do what you want on your property as long as it's within the confines that the government has been given to its discretion to either restrict or open up. And I don't see any reason why not to approve their current amended request of 30 different conditions. I just want everyone to remember too, that whole community out there, I understand it's private property for those individuals out there. Some of the decisions we've made up here on this dais have come because we've had a lot of input from both sides, and we've kind of navigated through it. Some of it's because of mistakes that have been made from individuals in the community over there. But I guess the biggest thing that I have, that I've noticed, and even whenever Commissioner Roskinek and I sat down and visited with the neighborhood individuals, I know y'all are hurt because y'all have made some accusations. I've heard accusations. I've heard just different things. And I think you got to give something time. Someone's got a piece of property. They're not doing something directly to your property. Yes, they've got private access, or they have to go through private property through an access, but that's an access easement. That's what allows each of you, every single one of you in that area, to get access to your own properties. There's a private access easement that was signed off that allows everybody to get access to their properties. So with what the staff has come up with what the applicants have stated what their desire is, I'm in favor of that at this moment in time because I don't see anything that should deter them from being able to move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Laster. My comment on this is this was probably one of the most contentious processes that I've probably seen in a long time, except for earlier today. Hope you find some humor in that, but it has been contentious, and I keep running back into what can I go back on to say what's right or what's wrong, or who's right or who's wrong, and quite frankly, when it comes to property rights, I mean, covenants are number one. That gives me something to stand on, and I talk to residents when they don't want something in their neighborhood. It's covenants, and it's a civil matter that you kind of work on those ideas. From that, you try to find a compromise and work together. I've seen several in our community where people didn't agree on the same things, but eventually work together to solve the problem. And I hope that eventually happens in this situation. I think my personal opinion is I've seen the applicants try to do everything possible to reach a compromise and work with it. And I mean, some common sense stuff as far as the doing work on the road and stuff still met with opposition, which was kind of shocking to me. And I mentioned that earlier, but I don't have the covenants to stand on. And so in my opinion, I think when you buy a property, and that's the first thing you look at to see whether or not, and then you follow the processes of going through the building permits and so forth. And I believe the applicants have done the best that they could do. And I'm looking for a motion on the floor after this, but that's my 2 cents on this whole situation. So with keeping to my word, I'd like a motion on the floor.
Chairman.
Mrs. Hadcock.
Yes, my motion would be to go with staff recommendation to do the staff with the amended requests and it has 30 conditions.
Second.
So staff recommendations, I just flipped my pages. So you're going with amended requests from February 13th, am I correct?
Cody? Make sure we got the
That's
right
what they
request.
wanted, February 13th?
Yes, that is what staff put in the conditions. However, so there's the concerts that they wanted weekly. Staff has only one a month. So if that's something that
That's the only difference.
that's what staff has in here. If the applicants and the board come to a different agreement on that.
Well, if that's what staff,
One, because of staff recommendation, and then anything past that, if that all works out, they can always come back and say, okay, this is doing great, we need two, that would be fine.
okay, so that's your motion?
Same as staff.
Same as staff's?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion on that motion from the commission? Seeing none, I will go to a roll call vote, Karen. Karen.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Nay.
Drews,
Nay.
Lassiter,
Aye.
and LaCroy.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, folks.
Good.
Next on our agenda is item K.
Okay, so item K, Cody Sack, Environmental Planner. Item K is a penalty refund. This has been in front of the board the past two board meetings. It's been continued. A little refresher. Last summer, the applicant came in to talk to us about putting a tiny home on this property. She was told that currently at the time, county or efficiency dwelling units weren't allowed in the county, and that was the time that we were going through that ordinance amendment to allow the efficiency dwelling units. In the meantime, in late July, she applied for her on-site wastewater treatment system for her septic system. That was installed at the beginning of September. I went out and inspected that. And while I was there, I noticed that the efficiency dwelling unit had already been placed on the property without proper building permits. Same with the solar panels that are on top. In November or in October, the applicant applied for the CUP for the efficiency dwelling unit. That was approved November 28th, 2022, which means she could have applied for a building permit for the structure at the end of December, beginning of January. She did not apply for it until the beginning of February. And now she's before you requesting her penalty fees back for that efficiency dwelling unit and the CUP fee and the $25 penalty fee.
So Cody, this was first brought up and we were short a commissioner. It was a tie vote. Second time we were short another commissioner, it was a tie vote.
Yes.
So we now we have a full commission, so I don't know if we need much more discussion, but if we just.
Mr. Chair.
I heard Mr. Drews first.
So I'm still of the same opinion that I was previous. I don't think there was any attempt on her part to not pay the building fees, and this is simply to allow for, and those fees have all been paid. This is a matter of, would be returning to her the $288 she was charged in penalty fees.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Are you done?
I'm done.
I did see Laster's in the same way, so I'm going to go to Mr. Laster.
Mr. Chair, I move to deny the request by Suzette Wasifik for the refund in the amount of $288 for the building permit penalty fees.
Second.
Because there's a motion to deny and a second. Did you have any follow-up?
Well, again, my position is still, in her letter that she sent to us, she said she knew that she was supposed to have it, and she never did. I can understand that maybe she got confused on it, but she ended up getting a permit for the solar system, right? Right?
She applied for, I don't know the date of when she applied for her solar panel. It's in here.
And she hasn't come here to kind of maybe have a face-to-face explanation. I get it, people are busy, there's been 3 opportunities. But I want to know
So I'm not familiar with the date that she got her solar panel. I'm guessing it would be the same date as the day she applied for her building permit, which was February 6th, 2023, or is it after?
Megan Talmadge, planner. The solar fees were included in that building permit.
Okay. Yeah, are you done?
I'm done.
Mr. Roskinek.
Mr. Chair, last meeting, I believe Commissioner Hadcock was going to reach back out to Suzette to see if she could get some more information. I just wondered if there's any update on that.
I called her twice and both times, never, she called back in between and we never talked, never could connect.
Okay.
So, Chairman.
Are you done, Ron?
Yeah.
Okay. Deb?
So when I first talked to her, and I know because I was sitting at the bank, waiting to go through the bank, I explicitly said, so tell me the story. And she said, well, I put one on there and it wasn't the right one. So I went back because the manufacturer made the wrong one. So we put a different one. So then someone said, well, that's not the story she told me. Well, you guys know I ain't gonna make up no story because that ain't the story you'd make up anyway. So number two, then I was watching the staff's face and I was like, okay, I'm missing something. So I'm glad we continued it anyway. So in November, she got a conditional use permit. That's what didn't make sense to me, that she got a conditional use permit. And we're saying that our staff didn't tell her that she had to come for a permit. So that's what you're saying. The staff didn't do their job. Because I know they're very thorough. If Cody wasn't there, Cody told her, Jason told her, I know it happened. I'll just tell you that. If two other people can vouch that they told her, it's not just one person, it's two. And then the stories didn't match. And then instead of wanting a septic, she contacted the state so she knew some of the rules and regs from the state because she couldn't put an incinerator on there. So she did take the time to do that. So you're telling me in this investigation of all this stuff, she didn't figure out that she had to get a building permit? And the staff didn't tell her because she didn't understand? I can't go there. That's why I can't do this. Most of the time, $200 and something is not a bad thing. But you're telling me, ma'am, basically a story that wasn't true. And number two, that when if she didn't get her CUP, then I can totally understand the whole thing because it's just like, okay, it's just a tiny home, no big deal, right? But she came and got a CUP. That's my bottom line. Why I can't vote for this is because the staff is very thorough, and I know they told her. I know we forget stuff, but it's a building, it's not a shed or something. So.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motions indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes with 2 noes from Roskinek and Mr. Drews. You got to go? Okay.
No.
Next was item number 26, items from chair or commission members. A time for individual members to bring ideas, concerns to the full board. Official actions will not be taken in any item brought forth at this time. Direction may be given and bring back before the board consideration. Is there any of those? Seeing none, we'll go to reports. Travis, you have none. It says.
You're gonna get a lot of Travis.
I'll just go down the line. Myself, I had the planning commission. It was very good. We had discussions on the VRBOs. I think they're making headway on that, and I think we'll probably have a recommendation by the mid-June is what I'm thinking. The 4-H advisory board I ended up missing, but you guys did see the bylaws that came forward that Holly had worked with them with. And the last communications I'd had with them, they were looking to get the paperwork in. They'd asked some commissioners or some of the members if they wanted that per diem that we talked about. And so they were working through that with some of theirs. The only other thing that I had is that I won't go into a lot of detail right now, but I did have that court justice meeting in St. Louis last week, and I just wanted to give, it's, what the core is county officials advancing racial equity. And there's 15 of us on there. We had 2 people from Georgia, 1 from South Carolina, 1 from New York, 2 from Illinois, 1 from Iowa, 1 from Ohio. And I have to admit, that group is a very diverse group. There were some good, strong conversations that we had. And we did some training that they had, and I don't think I really need to go through all the speakers that we had. But I will tell you, we met after hours for supper, and during that discussion, that's where the real conversations have. We had a sheriff from Illinois and we had another commissioner from Michigan who had some very deep conversations over policing and funding and so forth, along with some other commissioners who were dealing with some different situations in their counties. And so this is the first time we've got to meet. We've been doing virtual, but I think it was a very good meeting. One of the things we did discuss is our jails and the population of our jails, how everybody has helped reduce those. And we still have the high number of minorities in our jails is still high. And the reason why they are is because they're higher charges. I mean, it's not because of that you can say it's because they're black, they're Asian, they're native, whatnot. It's the charges. Okay, and one of the most thing that stuck in my mind was the mayor of St. Louis, which was the first woman mayor of St. Louis. She came and spoke to us. One of the comments resonated that she made with me quite hard. She said poverty is the parent to the jail. Is pretty much how it is. What she's saying is poverty is the cause of a lot of things. Is the parent. They're not all. It's not all responsible, but it's like a parent if you look at it. So I've been looking for. I thought I wrote it down. I may have misquoted that, so don't quote me on it. But that's what she kind of said, and I may have it misquoted, but I'll figure it out. But otherwise, it was a good conference. I think the good, strong conversations were had. I did get to. It swung over into the Safety Justice Challenge, or MacArthur Safety Justice networking meeting, which then Liz and Barry and Aaron and a couple other had attended, so we got to network while we were there too. I was the presenter, and I presented what some of our core group has done and what our community relations have done in a work session. We had about 30, 35 people that attended that, so people were very curious about Pennington County because we did have a county official or commission officials meeting during that conference. It was all these core people. And the person that ran the meeting for the MacArthurs had been here and seen our care campus and seen what we do here and was explaining it to our core group, and they were just at awe and what we do here. They're actually hoping that our next meeting is here so they could tour our campus and see what we're doing. That was one of the comments that we had. One of the things that stuck out in my mind in that meeting is the conversations I had with a commissioner from Ohio. She talked about how their commission had repurposing an old jail and going to do daycare for their employees and so forth. And that was one of the reconstructions of the old jail and stuff, but also, then we asked how she funded that. Well, that's how we found out that the county has a sales tax. That's how they have some funding to do that type stuff, so, and it's a lot better. Lot, they've got a bigger budget than we do. So with that, I will leave going to Mr. Gary Drews.
Well, for the Rapid City Public Library Board of Trustees, I was not in attendance at either the scheduled meeting or the rescheduled meeting because they didn't have a quorum, I guess. I just have a kind of a question on that. Apparently, we've been a part of that board for a long time, but we're in like an ad hoc, ex officio membership, even though the county provides several hundred thousands of dollars for
400
that.
some, yep.
And so I'm not sure if it was always ex officio on that, or if,
I'd have to research.
okay. So I think it'd be interesting that we're the only one that sits at the table that's not an actual board member.
And we give like 400 some thousand.
To the Rapid City one, yeah.
And half because we opted out kind of thing. Not opted out, well, we made a deal with them a long time ago when we lost the library at the Western Dakota. So back then, last I've seen, about 430, and that's
Yeah.
that's
And total,
substantial.
I think we give over 500 total which
Oh.
includes other libraries in the
That's
county.
worth that's
Yeah.
worth being on the board.
Yeah. Also, Building Committee met on May 9th. Considerable discussion on the new administration building and moving forward with some initial design for offices. So they're meeting individually with various county offices that will be located there, trying to figure out the best designs for those offices. Progress is also being made on the courthouse foundation issue, as we heard earlier today, working on the steam tunnels around the courthouse to get that asbestos removed. And then on Friday, May 12th, I attended the Black Hills District and County meetings down in Hot Springs. I thought it was a great turnout for the Black Hills District of Counties, especially when you meet that far south in the district. Senator Randy Dybert of Spearfish provided commissioners and other attendees a description on the scope of the legislative summer study in regard to counties, their funding mechanisms, and county responsibilities that have been established over the years by the legislature. Senator Dybert was one of 3 legislators in attendance. Others included Representatives Tricia Ladner of the Southern Hills and Dennis Kroll of Hill City. And then one other visitation I made was Western Dakota Regional Water had a public meeting at the Elevate building on May 10th. And there was an open house on the progress for water regionalization issue. Engineering firms working diligently, planning as to how to best proceed, and they were in attendance. In my opinion, this project has moved many years in the process when considering the first real draft of making this a reality began just in the last 2 or 3 years. I know this has become a discussion in the current mayor race, and as at least one candidate has said, this project will not be a reality in our lifetime. And I beg to disagree and give much of the credit in the forward process to Senator Duhamel, State DANR, and the board and staff of the Western Dakota Regional Water Development Organization. They deserve much credit for not only getting this on the radar, but also providing funding. So initial engineering processes have begun. It's the end of my.
Thank you. I always forget to bring up the Black Hills area. Mr. Drews had to chair that too. So that worked out good. Thanks, Gary. Ron?
Okay, well, I'm not going to expand on the building committee. Gary just did that, and I'm not going to expand on the Black Hills Association of County Officials because Gary covered that pretty well. I did attend the South Rochford pre-construction where we got to, State DOT was there and the selected contractor was there. I got some names. I'm sure I'm going to be getting, I already got one this morning, phone calls when they start closing South Rochford Road. So I'm going to have some contacts to pass on, but I assume that mobilization is going to take place possibly even the day, next week or two, but construction will not take place until they submit they have some more applications or that they have to submit to South Dakota DOT. Then I also attended yesterday the Rochford cell tower. So the cell tower, one of the places that we looked at was on my lot. Well, that's not going to happen. So, so the tower is proposed to go on a Forest Service special use permit similar to the Silver City Fire Department. And that's all in place. And the federal government, relative to the Forest Service, they're just really easy to work with. But now we have to go from Highway 385 all the way down the Rochford Road. So you're going through 3 or 4 miles of Lawrence County, then you go into Pennington County onto Rochford. And yesterday, the new highway department supervisor for the Lawrence County really had some bad things to say what happened last year in Lawrence County with the subcontractor for FAR. They're the outfit they're doing the cable. And so we had Josh and Sean there as well. And we pretty much said, this is what we expect. And if there's any damage, you're gonna cover it. And I think everything was up front, and I think it was productive. But that will they want to be done by August or September. So they're trying to work with our road department to make sure that we don't do anything to the Rochford Road, because they're going to have to go through and damage it again, and they're going to have to pay for it. So they're going to try to hold off on the mag water and base stabilization until next year. Then I attended the forest plan revision in Sturgis. Our acting supervisor is gone, and we got another acting supervisor, so it's hard to do this with supervisors coming and going all the time. But one of the things that we did is that there's 20 assessments. And so Jennifer sent, what we have to do as a county is figure out what assessments are important to us. And one of those assessments, and I sent this to Jennifer yesterday, I said, I want to get involved with recreation and scenic value. But then you got rangeland management. That doesn't really do nothing for me. And there's others that don't do anything for me. But me and Scott Guffey, we want to sit there and present to the commission, here's the 20 assessments. Which ones should we be involved reviewing? Because those will be made available here in the next month or so. And then I was a moderator for the candidates that are running for the Hill City Council, and the Lions Club kind of put that on, and it was scheduled for 1.5 hours, and we actually got 2 hours out of it. Very well attended, and I got a lot of thank yous for doing that. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Ron. Next, we'll go to Deb.
So went to the Central States Fair Board meeting, and Travis was there. Mostly we talked about committees and and their budgets. The other is to put me on a task force, which I volunteered for, looking at the fairgrounds in the future. I had asked Ron, we wanted to know kind of what the appraisal of the fairgrounds would be, or guesstimate on it. And then there's still a lot of things that have to be done, like can you sell it? If you did sell it, or if we did anything for, I don't know, there's just a lot of different things to look at for future options for the fairgrounds, because you really can't expand unless you go up. So what are those options, and what should those options be? What are those suggestions? And those aren't coming from me. Those are going to come from looking at the appraisal, looking at what it would take if we had to do a bigger tax entity to do something else bigger on the fairgrounds or somewhere else. I mean, for me, there's a lot of different options to go with that task force, and we'll ask the task force and see where they want to go. It's not for Deb Hadcock to say, it's for that task force to decide where we need to go. But we don't have a lot of businessmen in one sense on the fair board, but we have a lot of really good ag people and a lot of good ag people like Jim Hunt just got, what was it? Like the national or whatever for ag. He just got on the board. I think was he the president or something?
I think he is the president of
Yeah.
Cattleman something or other out of Texas.
Yeah, it's huge. And he's on our board. He is just the most wonderful man. Jerry Cope is just wonderful people on there. Young, we got some young blood on there that's funnier than the heck. So their experience is working really well with some of the other more experienced guys. But I like that board, just good people. You have three women that are working with Ron and John that are just very efficient and effective. So Danny and Jill and what is
Ashley?
Ashley. And it's funny because I know her dad, and I can't. That's the one I didn't remember. Just very efficient, very hardworking. So they've got a good crew. They're looking at DOT issues. That's huge for them. I did talk to Brian, who's working with Ron, so hopefully they find those solutions in needing some of those DOT. They are inmates. They are huge for the fairgrounds. They save us tons and tons of money. Compensation committee, I'm working with Holly and Carol are way ahead of it because they're most efficient people we know. For daycare for the county and seeing where we need to go with that. I did look at before with Holly, and she did send me with Elevate, they sent me some numbers that we looked at for daycares. The other option is what happens if you don't have a daycare? How much money do you really lose without having a daycare? Somebody else that was in the HR department told me that, and it was huge. So you're losing out of your people aren't showing up because of their kids. How much does that cost you? Just the time and energy to pay different entities and try to find daycare is huge. There was I need to write those three things down, and I don't remember the third, but it made sense because of how much the county is actually losing in one sense when employees aren't here because daycare is huge and how many employees use it. So we're looking into that. By the time I get into looking at it, I bet you those two already have it done. So I'm not going to feel bad about that because they're very effective. And the fire service board, we looked at the budget and you already know two of the changes, and the only changes that are different on there is that emergency fund for 50,000 because you already know you're using all the reserves for capital costs and all the different things for radios. They're being used up for emergency funds. So the only thing different was the 50,000 for the emergency funds and the wages, which we already knew we changed the wages last year. It wasn't anything that's going to freak you out on the fire service budget. Of course, Jerome's training center that was discussed, that's pretty awesome. We didn't really talk about much on the ambulance. I think that's a whole different ballgame that we need to get into, which is not fire service at this point. What else did we talk about? Gave a couple of the different entities some fundings. Remember, some of them don't have any districts. Basically, they have districts, but no taxing entities. So we helped out like Scenic a little bit, like $2,000 and some other with some training. So really good board. Val, as we know, is Holly Jr. She's very efficient and effective. You want something done, that girl gets it done today. So she's been a huge part with Jerome. Jerome's been opening up so he can do other things, which is even better because Val's getting stuff done. But just a good board and a good change for Jerome to get some help from another person, which Val, like I said, is like 10 people at once. So appreciated you guys doing that.
Thanks, Deb. One thing I do want to bring up is that Ron and I had met with Megan and Holly earlier today, and we are working on that spending authority limit, and that'll be coming forward in probably
Meeting,
next meeting. So I just wanted to pass it on, that it's been getting worked on, and it's coming forward.
That's good. And the other thing is I forgot, I went to the watershed meeting. I started with Cheryl on the watershed when we first were even thinking about that. Kept in contact. She sends me the information. So I did go to that. Gary and his wife was there and some other people. Gary has kept up on it a lot more than me, even though I've been sent the information from Cheryl. She went through some of it just to discuss, make sure I was still on board and what was happening. I just think that's the most amazing project ever. I just think for Economics 101 for South Dakota, water, we already know is huge. We don't do it now. There could be some future issues. And just thank you for keeping up on that, Gary, and I just think it's a great project.
So with that ends our reports. We have canceled our executive session for this afternoon to reschedule those. We do have one item we do want to take up before departure, and that would.
Do that motion if you like, sir.
I'll recognize Ms. Hadcock.
So this is the motion to approve a following reclassification effective May 28, 23. Stephanie Olson, Assistant Director, C42 to Deputy Director, C44, Step 22, 3,712 biweekly. Ted Rufflet, Assistant Director, C42 to Deputy Director, C44, Step 24, 3,805, 60 biweekly. And Chad Landis, Operations Director, C41 to Operations Coordinator, C42, Step 3, 2,000. 556.80 biweekly, and further removed to update the position listing on file.
Motion made by Hadcock, seconded by Drews. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I have one point of privilege I forgot. I should have said something.
Oh.
911 couldn't have picked better assistant directors, and Ted, Stephanie, and Chad, hardworking and very efficient and effective. I don't know if you've been in there, but a lot of years of experience with that group. So, good move. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. I'd look for a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Hadcock. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.